Sorry for the long intro there. Hello, hello, hello. Sorry, I suddenly figured I should actually get my Nightbot set up for the next costume. Otherwise, every single stream it's like, wait a minute. If somebody exclamation marks cosplay, it doesn't say the right thing. Excuse me. Well, welcome on in. I hope everyone's having a good day. Let me just change the face cam. Hello, 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 hi. We are going to be making more of the jacket stuff today. So yesterday we started making the pattern for my Owl House Collector jacket. We're going to keep making that. We actually got quite a bit done yesterday. I'll show you the mannequin in a second. I finished off the little poof that we were starting on stream, and I added the strips to it. I wanted to add an odd number, so it's got 9 strips. I was tempted to do 7, but they were looking a little bit thick. So we got 9 strips so that we can have the sun, because the panel above has 8 strips, which is fine, because they're all the same thing. But the panel underneath, there's a sun on one of them, which means there needs to be a center panel, which means it needs to be an odd number. Also, Sleeves, good morning. I hope you're doing well.
Good morning, everyone, and I hope you have an amazing wobbly day.
I will have an amazing wobbly day. Welcome, welcome. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're going to do more pattern making today. I think if everything goes well, we should finish the jacket pattern today, which means that we can move on to making a pattern for something else. Probably, I'm gonna say probably, okay, patterns we need to make. Was quite a few. The jacket is the first one. That's quite a difficult one because there's a lot of different pieces for that. The doublet, or doublet, we need to make that one. I'll probably use the book for that one, so I don't know how much of that I'll do on stream, just because, you know, if, how to put it, if people want to make it via the book, they should buy the book. You know, support the person who put the information together. So I don't know how much of the doublet I'll pattern on stream. I might pattern that one off stream. It'd also be a lot easier because I'll have to try that one on quite a lot. The trousers I do think I'll need to make next. I won't bother with the leggings underneath because the leggings underneath, I probably already have a pattern for that. You know, simple patterns, like I tend to have made them before, so it's like I often just have them lying around. So I'm not going to bother with that one just yet. Also, I wouldn't make that one out of felt anyway. Because felt leggings sounds kind of gross, to be honest, and especially because it's not stretchy at all. We will need to make the undershirt pattern. I don't know if I'll make that one out of, I don't even know if I need to make that one. We'll think about it. So there's an undershirt that will go on the inside of the sleeves. Not sure. I'm not sure if I need that. The thing is, again, shirts are something that I've made patterns for before, like a lot of patterns for shirts. Nearly all of my costumes. Oh wait, oh no, thank God. I thought I hadn't unmuted for a second there. Jesus Christ, I was like, heck, wait a second. Why, my bars aren't going up. It's fine, I've moved stuff around. The bar has moved. Yeah, I've made a lot of shirts before. I've even made a lot of shirts with these big baggy sleeves. So yeah, I might actually already have a pattern, but then I'll have to alter it because I'm going to be wearing a binder for this, so my shape will be a bit different. So maybe it would just be worth making a new shirt pattern. I'll think on that one. But no, trouser pattern definitely. Doublet pattern definitely, probably off stream for that one. The jacket pattern we should finish hopefully today. I need to make a head pattern for the really big, what do you call it? The moon hat. That's gonna be an exciting one. Based on the design, I'm still not exactly sure how I'm going to approach that one, but I'm looking forward to giving it a go. It's definitely a weird one. What I'll probably end up doing is making like a moon armature that I can stick on my head when I'm like wearing like a bald cap, and then I'll probably do a duct tape pattern around that, because otherwise it's such a weird shape that I'm not even sure how I would like begin to make it. And it's definitely going to need some supports in it to hold it in that correct shape, because it's a big moon. So yeah, I might maybe, I think we have an order coming in for food tomorrow. I might add some like cling film and newspaper and maybe even some foil in there, so that I can construct kind of like a big moon that I can stick to the back of my head, so that I can then pattern that. I think that's probably going to be the way that we do that. Yeah, I think it'll be the only duct tape pattern though. I normally do quite a few duct tape patterns, but this time, because we're going a little bit more traditional and definitely not close to the body fitting, yeah, I don't really need to make that many, which is nice, honestly. It's getting warmer, and duct taping yourself when it's hot is sweaty business. So I'm okay with not doing too many. Dicey Pan Creation, heck yeah! Well, I can show you. Let me go into this one. Well, actually, that shows the multi-screen. You know what? You can see it in that one. So this is how we're doing with the jacket. I've just pinned this bit in for now, so It's hanging in there. I haven't done the bit that will go on the inside that will help that poof out yet, but we have our first 2 poofs. This bit at the top fits well. I did that bit off stream, so like, sorry. It's just like a little jackety bit. It's not too complicated. The more complicated bit is the bit we're doing on stream, I promise. And then I have started doing like the arm bit. Now, because I haven't ironed this, it's a little difficult to see, but like it's meant to have folds that go the whole way down, and I don't know that I'm going to bother ironing it, because this bit I'm pretty confident in. Like I've done stuff like this before, but this will end up falling out of the arm. Yeah. And I'm making a decision if I want the bottom bit to be open at the moment or not, or if I want it to be closed up. Both are cool. I think I'll probably end up closing it just because it'll be easier to keep track of. But I like my arm capes. I like it when like the bit like falls off the arm and it's like cape-ish, you know? I like that. So I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about my options right now. But I'll probably close that up because that's how I did it in the original design. In this screen, actually I could just show it to you on... Yeah, there you go. You can see my dinosaur as well. Poofs! Lots of poofs. Yeah, this was the one we were doing on stream yesterday. And here are the other 2, if I go back onto here. The other 2 that were not quite right that we made. So, yeah, I'll show you these as well, because it's all part of the making process. This was our first attempt. I was going with what I did on the shoulder, where it poofs on one side and it's flat on the middle, and then I would have done this bit a bit smaller. But it just doesn't look right on the part of the arm where I'm putting it, because it's a part where it's like one side isn't bigger than the other, so it just ended up looking weird. And then this is our little cobbled together one, which was just one panel too small, but it was, other than that, pretty good. So yeah, we have our little tests. I think I've actually done, because I think all of the patterns I've done so far have taken 3 to get perfect. I'll put these to one side because at some point I might take a picture of them all together just to be like, you know, I didn't get it right the first time. I don't know. I like documenting bits like that, but I know it's not as interesting to everyone, but it's more like, I guess, because we focus on the making rather than the wearing. Here's all of my tests that didn't go well. Here they all are. So I put them all together at the end to show the process. Exactly. Like there's a thought process. And I think it also shows that they are patterns that I'm making myself. So if just for competition purposes, being like, you know, I did make them myself, and here's the times it went really badly. It feels like not the worst idea to show. Yeah, you can see now with this on screen, the moon hat. I'm quite nervous about. It's meant to be like a really big moon that comes out the back of my head and curls over to the top. A bit nervous about that one, to be honest. I also need to learn some new smocking for that, which we'll probably do next week, I'll be honest. I'm going to focus a bit more this week on patterns so I can get some stuff on the mannequin. But next week I might try and learn the smocking that I want to do on the head. I don't know if I'll do it on stream or off stream, because I have done some smocking on stream before, and I'm about to do a lot of smocking on stream, to be honest, since I would like to make the jacket part first. Just because there's a lot going on there. The only bit that I won't be able to make is the bottom half just yet, because I need to get my embroidery machine out for that bit, just to help me get some bases down. The majority of it will still be hand embroidered. It's just some small bits where I'm like, I can't be arsed with that. Also, I'm so sorry. I'm gonna like mute and just have like a really good cough. I don't know what's happening. 2 secs. I don't know what's happening. My throat just got really tight and I was like, dearie me. Maybe it's like pollen season has started. To be fair, we have had a lot of rain and things are starting to grow again. It's probably the pollen. Because I've not been outside, so it's nothing I've picked up. Oh dear. Right. So I do have something to start with, which I think is pinned to my mannequin right now. It is, we'll get that out. So this is very similar to the pattern that is like on the inside of the top part of the shoulder. So all of these are darts. The plan is I've added 2 extra darts per side, so this comes a little bit smaller. And when it's all pulled together, it should be about 30 centimeters on this side. It'll be the same on this side as the shoulder, so I should just be able to sew it straight into the shoulder. But on this side, it should be about 30 centimeters, which is the size of the cuff it needs to fit into. Or technically 31 centimeters, but you know, we'll work that out. Majaffas, welcome in, good morning. I hope you're doing well. We are working out at the moment how, like what we want to do with this and where we want it, but for the jacket, sorry, let me just roll my sleeves up. That's the problem. I love my dressing gown. It's super, super warm and fluffy. But then it also, because it's fluffy, drags everything off the desk with it, especially things like felt. All right. So first thing to do is going to be to sew up all of these darts. And hopefully it ends up being about the right size. The way that I've kind of worked it out... where's my ruler gone? Here it is. Well, actually, I probably will be able to show you now that it's on a curve easier with not a ruler, but a measuring tape. So... the way that I did this when I was like, will this be the right size? I went to the edge and I was like, okay, it's about 12 centimeters to there. That's like 1.5. It's like 1. That's like 1. That's like 1.5. And like adding it up and then being like, okay, that's about 15. So to the other side, it'll be about 30. Yeah. Math. First thing in the morning. Heck yeah. Oh dear. To be fair, pattern making is kind of all math. It's a lot of maths. It's like, I think out of all the sewing, like that's probably the most mathy bit of sewing is pattern making. I really enjoy it. Then again, I did actually kind of like maths as a kid, so maybe that's why. I didn't like my maths teacher, but I like maths. Oh dear. Okay. I love my massive things of thread. It means I don't have to worry about running out anytime soon. Also, I didn't mention this yesterday, but I will quickly mention it now. I am purposefully not matching any of my threads to the fabrics that I'm using at the moment. I do have a lot of white thread, I just don't want to use it. Because if I do something wrong and I like do need to unpick it, it's a lot easier if the thread is a different color. So yeah, in case anyone's wondering why I keep going to purple thread, it's not... It's just so that I can see it, really, and make sure that if I've made a mistake, it's easy to unpick. So far, though, touch wood, we've actually been pretty good. Like, I don't think we've actually made that many mistakes so far. Like, we've obviously had to restart and make the patterns again at times, but it's not necessarily that I made a mistake whilst making the pattern. It's more just like the pattern isn't quite right. Yeah. We've actually, touch wood, done pretty well so far. Heck yeah. I'm just gonna keep doing all of these. There's quite a lot, but honestly not as much as yesterday. Yesterday we had a lot of darts to sew. I'm really glad we got that bit good though. I was worried it was gonna look too small next to the massive poof going over the shoulder, but actually like, it's pretty good. Like, I think it looks dramatic enough in its own right that I'm not too worried about it anymore. Like, I think it looks pretty cool. And I like the cuffs. I think the cuffs add a lot. Heck yeah, I'm a big fan of the cuffs. I think they look really, really cool. By the way, those are just the width of a ruler, and I was like, you know what? I'm just quickly making them. I'll make them the width of the ruler. That'd be nice and easy, right? But they're actually kind of perfect, and I think I'll keep using the width of the ruler for those. Also, nice. Okay. And there we go. So that flat. Tie that off. And then that's our first dart. I have to take it all off the mannequin again in a minute. When we've got this done, I'll have to take it all off the mannequin so that I can actually sew this into the rest of it. Oh dear. Nordic, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Good morning, good morning. Sorry, I'm like leaning over myself. My model does not like that. I was like, how dare you put your arm over your face? Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. We are doing some pattern stuff at the moment. So far we have got this much done. We are working on the jacket at the moment and the design is just next to my model. So just working on the jacket and trying to get that bit done first. And we're working on the inside sleeve to the bit in the shoulder that will then attach to the bit that's hanging out the bottom. Sorry, I hope that makes sense. It's a very layered jacket because I want the whole thing to like come off and then my arms be very free afterwards, because most of the conventions in the UK take place in the summer. So like being able to take your jacket off is kind of important. Being able to take off all the layers is important, otherwise you're gonna get really sweaty. Oh dear. I'm doing well, how are you? I'm alright, thank you. I'm alright. I planned a really fun week for myself this week. Last couple weeks have been a little bit difficult, to be honest. We've had a lot going on outside of streaming. So this week I've planned lots and lots of fun things to do that I really enjoy, like starting the new costume. We had like a really cool sponsored stream on Monday. We're going to be, I don't know if I'll do it tomorrow or the day after, but we're going to be filming a tutorial live on stream, which I'm really excited about. And although I'm not going to tell you what it's for yet, because it's like I want to make sure that everything's ready and I'm good to go. But yeah, we're going to be filming a little tutorial, which there's like a cosplayer who's running a competition for making cosplay tutorials, and I was like, I wasn't going to enter it, but I figured it'd be like a really good challenge, because it's not, I've never filmed a tutorial ever, and like I don't think that it's like that I'll ever be very good at, so oh dear. Bayman, welcome on in for 2 years. Oh my god, Bayman, 2 years, heck, thank you so much. I was lurking yesterday night because I wasn't very well, but I was watching. You were playing a new game yesterday, right? New game. Oh dear, I hope you had a really fun stream. Oh dear, I love watching tutorials.
May we not even get a teeny hint?
A teeny hint? A teeny hint? Okay, I'll give you a teeny hint. It's to do with dissolvable fabric. That's something that I've used for a really long time. There's not too many things I feel particularly comfortable making a tutorial about, to be honest, because I always feel like there's someone who's a lot better than me. But dissolvable fabric is something that was one of the first materials that I got really into sewing with when I was like 16, and I've been experimenting with it for about 10 years now. So I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I'll do that one. And I've used it in a lot of my costumes, and I might end up using it in this one just for some silly shapes, to be honest, like so making some little stars and such. But we'll work on that, A scary game, heck yeah. Oh dear, did you have a good time though? It looked like a fun time. Yeah, I never normally make tutorials. I'm always too nervous to do it because you need like I think a degree of confidence to make a tutorial. And like, I think I will forever see myself as someone who has no training and is just making it up as they go along and everything like that. So making a tutorial is a bit nerve-wracking for me, but I think it'll be really fun. And then I'm hoping at the end of the week to round it out with some Animal Crossing. I do love me some Animal Crossing. We had fun, heck yeah. Yeah, it was really cool. I wasn't expecting, but of course I should have expected to see you live yesterday. I think I've been getting a bit confused on the days. But I almost wasn't expecting to see you live, and I saw you, I was like, oh nice, I can lurk here for a while. Oh dear. There we go. Ooh, it's folding backwards, but that's okay. Yeah, there is I should say as well, I'm sure there are some Americans in chat. There is a cosplay tutorial competition going until the end of the month to submit a tutorial. It can be like a long one, it can be like a TikTok tutorial, it can be a written tutorial. So it's like, you have a lot of options on how to submit it and like the types of tutorials you can make. It's like anything to do with cosplay, really. The only thing is, most of the prizes, which is part of the reason I wasn't sure if I was going to enter it, most of the prizes are only open to America because of shipping and stuff like that. So they have got some really big prizes, like you can win a whole 3D printer. So if you're living in America or Canada, definitely, and you do cosplay stuff, definitely worth giving it a go, because you know, there are some big prizes you can win. I think for me, I won't be able to win. I don't know if I'll be able to win any of the prizes. It's more just for like it's a worldwide thing, so anyone can enter. It's just most of the prizes are only for America or Canada. But like, for me, it's more of like a challenge thing, yeah, rather than the prizes. But I do think it's worth mentioning for any Americans or Canadians in chat, where it's like you could actually win pretty good prizes. So like, maybe check it out. Unless you're like me, you just want to challenge yourself a little bit. I always say I'm going to make videos, like I'm going to do this, that, and the other, and then I always like psych myself out of it. I still really want to do the one on sewing machines. We don't get the question as often anymore, but probably because I don't use a sewing machine as often on stream at this point. But like, I always used to have people come in and ask what sewing machine they should buy, and I'd always be like, I can't really answer that for you, because you know, it's a lot more than just, again, I'm probably being very pretentious because I worked with sewing machines, but it's like a lot more than just, oh, well, this is a good machine, it'll be good for you. It depends. And like, I think with different budgets, with different preferences, there's like a lot of other things as well. Like even stuff like, does someone in your family already have a sewing machine? Because like, why not buy something of the same brand? Because then a lot of the parts will be compatible and you can share. Like even stuff like that. There's so many things to think about when it comes to buying a sewing machine. And one thing that I've seen happen in my channel a lot when it gets asked is people will just recommend the sewing machine that they have, and it's like, I totally understand why you're doing that. Like if you've enjoyed the machine that you've used all these years, you're probably going to recommend it, but it's not always the best advice. And it's like, I really just want to make a video so that when somebody asks a question, I could be like, go watch the video. I can't tell you what sewing machine you should buy. And if anyone tells you to buy a specific machine, I would recommend not to listen to them. Not unless they know you very well. But work it out by ticking these boxes. Yeah. Because, and like, here are your options for secondhand as well, because that's another thing a lot of people don't think about, and that there are different types of secondhand machines, and some of them are actually better than, not better than others. I don't want to say the machine's better than others, but there are better options. Like there's a lot of ways you can buy secondhand sewing machines and still have a full warranty. And for someone who started sewing, if you're just starting for the first time, you're probably going to want that warranty, because likelihood if you break your machine, you're probably going to break it in the first year or two. Oh dear. My friend made satay. Oh really? Heck yeah, from old high heels? Perhaps we'll tell. Yeah. Like listen, if she lives in the US and she's willing to put a little time into making, it doesn't have to be a long tutorial. Like they have category for like under 2 minutes and over 2 minutes. So like a TikTok tutorial and a YouTube tutorial basically. And then they have written tutorial ones as well. So you don't even have to film if you don't want to. You can just take lots of pictures. Heck yeah, definitely recommend it. There's some good prizes there. There's like full sets of like sewing scissors. There's some like other craft kits. There's like clay kits. There's the 3D printer, which I think is the big one. There's a lot, and there's lots of patterns you can win as well. I think the patterns I could physically win. Like I think those would be the prizes I am eligible for, because I think most of them are online. Which I'll be honest, if I won a lot of patterns, I might do them as like a giveaway or something. I don't mean that in like a bad way. It's just because like I tend to make my own patterns, and that's like my favorite part of making costumes. So like, I'll be honest, if I won them, I might see if I could do them as a giveaway. I'd be entering the competition more as like a personal challenge, really, because I think the only things that I would win, I would probably give away. Lost count how many hours of research I did for what I wanted and needed. Yeah, I think a lot of people see sewing machines as like, oh, it's just like, you know, there's a good one you buy and that's the one. And I think a lot of people do sell it like that, but there are some machines that would be better for you and not so good for others. One that I hear recommended a lot, and I have used it and I have sold it, is the Singer Heavy Duty. That one, people will come into my channel and recommend to high heavens. Now, the frustrating thing about it is a lot of people recommend the Singer Heavy Duty as it can go through anything. Yeah, so can lots of cheaper machines. The thing that's really good about the Singer Heavy Duty is how fast it is. It's an incredibly fast machine. You can sew super fast on it. But like my machine, which is half the price, can sew through exactly the same fabrics as the Singer Heavy Duty. So is the Singer Heavy Duty always the best for a new seamstress? Depends on the money you have. If you have the money for it, absolutely. If you don't have the money for it though, you shouldn't worry, because there are lots of other machines who might not sew as fast but can still do the same variety of fabrics. It's stuff like that. And like I was in a very nice position where, because I was selling and repairing, you learn a lot about machines and you use a lot of machines. I've used like hundreds of sewing machines at this point, because obviously you get them up and you test them, right? So I've used a lot of machines, and you hear a lot of people say the same sort of things, and I don't know how to put it. There's two ways you can go about it. You can either just nod your head and say, yeah, sure, go for it, which quite a few of my colleagues did, and I like definitely don't blame them for it, because half the time it's just not worth it. Or you can do what I feel like I do, which is be like, are you sure? Have you done your research? Have you actually checked the specs? Do you want me to go through the specs with you, you know? Not because they're bad machines. None of the machines I was going through are bad machines, but because sometimes people pay for things that they really don't need. and they think that they're getting a really good deal because of the naming or the branding or what they've heard from other people, but like they're maybe not getting the best deal. And I can say, and this is one thing that a lot of Singer fans are not going to like, the most returned machine was also the Singer Heavy Duty. Easily, not even close. We always had secondhand Singer Heavy Duties, and the reason that we had them was because people found that all they wanted to do was sew through curtain fabric. They don't care about how fast it goes, and so someone else's machine that was half the price could do that same stuff. So they would go and just rebuy that machine and then give back the Singer. But the Singer Heavy Duty is not a bad machine, it's just the naming makes it sound like it does something which it doesn't. And mainly it's just really fast. Like, and that's why it's great. Like for someone like me, it'd almost be a good machine these days because I want to sew fast. I want to sew the same 2 stitches really fast because I'm a confident sewer and I do a lot of meterage, you know? Like if you're making like hemming massive skirts and stuff like that, the Singer Heavy Duty is the way to go. But not because it's heavy duty, because it's so fast. I just feel like a lot of people get the wrong idea about machines based on their names and brands. Also, Shidley, welcome on in, and you're welcome on in. So you caught me in the middle of a sewing machine rant. I hope you're both doing well though. And also machine at home, it's all but does a job. I just fix clothes with it. And this is the thing, like, if you're not expecting to do a lot, but here's the thing. I would always, if you're buying a sewing machine, this is why I really need to make a video about it because I have a lot to say. If you're planning on buying a sewing machine, oh wait, I'll let you talk. Go. You got this, Jello. You do your thing.
Hello everyone, did I all see I have a tinny friend today? Say hello to them or I'll haunt your dreams. Big smile, just kidding. Or am I?
Thank you, Neil. Oh dear. Yeah, so... Oh, what was I saying? Yeah, there's a lot of people who buy sewing machines just for the odd repairs. And it's always really frustrating to me when someone's like, oh, you should buy this machine. It's like 400 quid. And it's like, but they're going to bring it out like twice a year, if that. Why are they buying a 400 quid machine for like twice a year? You don't have to spend that. What I would always recommend though is even if you're just going to be buying a machine for repairs, to list out the things that you would want to sew on. Say that you have like a lot of backyard furniture and you're like, oh yeah, I'd like to repair some of the holes in that. You probably will need a slightly heavier machine than you might think, even if you're only bringing it out once or twice a year. Yeah. Also, I highly recommend against the baby machines. I cannot recommend against them enough.
Old House Collector cosplay.
Old House. Oh, it's like you put you put punctuation in. I refuse to speak. Thank you, Jason. Welcome on in. I don't think it liked the colon there. I think it was like, absolutely not. No colons, disgusting. We don't like punctuation here. Oh dear. I hope you're doing well though. Aw, yeah, he doesn't like punctuation very much. Excuse me. Went for Singer confidence. Like, most part, maybe the only thing I would change is the back was toggle. The back was being a toggle, yeah. Instead of holding it. Yeah, I kind of feel the same way. I like being able to like... My machine's the same, and a lot of, unfortunately, more machines are going in that direction. I like being able to hold down back.
I hate the colon, it is useless to a jello like me.
It is useless. Jellos don't need colons. Yeah, I feel the same. But like this machine, my one is a second hand, and it has everything. It also came with a 3-year warranty, which unfortunately I'm out of now, but I did get a 3-year warranty with it because I still bought it through a branded shop. And that's one thing I think a lot of people, if you're maybe not as literate with sewing machines, might be unaware of, especially in January sales. Sometimes secondhand or ex-display sewing machines do go on sale at sewing machine stores. And if you buy a sewing machine, either through the brand, if they've been sent back to the brand, so like Brother, Singer, you know, if you buy them through there, through Amazon through there, because Amazon will also have that. You can sometimes get it through eBay, but not as often. It's normally just Amazon and their own website. If you buy it through a retailer that would normally stock them and does a warranty, or a repair shop, you can get a warranty on your second-hand sewing machine. And again, maybe not to someone who's a bit more experienced, you probably won't break your machine, but for someone who's a new sewer, that's super, super useful. Because again, if you're gonna break your machine, it'll probably be in the first year. It'll probably be the first year you're running something stupid through it, or you've left the pins in and it's broken something, you know?
Remember to hydrate, take your meds, water your plants, take a break from the screen now and then, and just be nice to yourselves.
Aww. You're much nicer today, Jelly, than you normally are. Normally, Jelly, you're telling me about your deep desire for piss. I didn't know colonoscopy for you. Yay! Once again, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Oh dear. Yeah, those are all really useful options, and again, I think a lot of people overlook them or just don't know about them in general. It is different country to country as well. Weirdly, one thing that I've found when talking to international people is that some countries are much more likely to sell secondhand than others, and I don't quite understand why that is. If there's like maybe some bias against secondhand in some countries or something. But yeah, from like talking to a lot of people, it seems just like some places are like very anti-secondhand stuff, and I'm not exactly sure why. I'm not sure what's caused that. If that's in your country, I'm very sorry.
Save water. Piss in the sink.
Ugh. Oh no. What the heck, Shifty? Ew.
Well, taking a piss requires a break from the screen. It goes hand in hand. Piss.
To you too. Jesus Christ, you were being so nice for a second, Jelly. Shame that you had to ruin it with all this goddamn piss. At first, the machine was powered by battery, and I miss it dearly. Oh, dear. That wasn't me. Jelly said it. No. I'm pretty sure I saw you whispering in the Jelly's ear, like, say this. Next thing you say, make it this. Oh, dear. Oh, Shifty, have you seen? Look at our sleeves so far. We're getting there. Look at that. It needs an insidey bit, which is the bit that I'm making right now for the shoulder to attach the bottom sleeve to, so that it doesn't drag down the outside piece. But like, look at that! We're getting somewhere! Looks so cool, right? Look at all these poofs. It's great. I can like put my arm up it backwards. Oh dear. Hell yeah, we're getting there, we're getting there. Slowly but surely a pattern is coming along. Oh dear. I'm not the piss streamer. I'm not a piss streamer either. I didn't make any of the piss commands. I just remember it's like they gave me a huge reason. Oh yeah? What's your serotonin boost? What is it? What? You sure about that? I'm pretty sure about that. I'm like 99% sure. Same way that I'm like 99% water. 1% thread. Oh dear, like just because I'm made of piss and shit doesn't mean that I am a piss and shit streamer. Just to clarify as well. You do talk about piss a lot, only when someone else brings it up in chat. This is the thing, I don't talk about piss a lot, I'm just a very open book. So like, and I don't mind talking about controversial subjects like drinking piss. Thank you for your donation of piss, Jason, I appreciate it. Oh dear. But it's not that I bring up the subject, that's the difference. The difference is it's you guys that bring up the subject. I'm just okay with talking about it. I'm very patient. Yeah, very patient with everybody. Jeez. Oh dear. Honestly, I don't think you have a lot of control. Well, you have some control. You have control over your community and the kind of people that you keep around and invite to your community. But like at the end of the day, if your community is going to talk about
another jar of piss.
If your community is going to talk about piss, it's going to talk about piss. Oh dear. Thank you for the piss, by the way. I appreciate it. Hey, pull that. Get you another satisfying pull. There you go. Nice. Ooh, oh! Wait, why do you not want to say that? Is it because it says denial? I definitely don't have denial as a thing. I don't know why you won't say that. I'll do that. Kind of sus. It wasn't me.
We like to party. 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 The Venga bus is coming and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco, an interstate free disco. The wheels are still on turning, traffic lights are burning. So if you like to party, come on and move your body.
Kind of sounds strange. I swear. Listen. I will send you my band list. I'll do it, and you can see. But then it'll just mainly be like me sending you a bunch of slurs, which might maybe be misinterpreted. But like, you know, I can send you the band list. I can send you the list of banned words. It's actually maybe not as long as you think it is. Oh dear. Sorry, I'm really coffee today for some reason. I don't know what I've done. I'm gonna mute again. Sorry, this had like a good wheeze. I'll be back in a sec. So there's like a proper frog in my throat today. 2 seconds, I'm gonna drink some water and then I'll tackle that paragraph. Excuse me. A couple years ago, I was walking around with a friend of mine. At the time, she had a pastel Lolita goth kid kind of style. And we passed some kindergarten kids, and they were like, "Oh, you're a princess?" I may not be fond of kids, but that was kind of cute. That was kind of cute. Heck yeah. Oh dear, there's another jelly in the upper stream too. I missed that one. Yeah, we have a little jelly that's hanging, because that jelly is holding on to the star banners. So that jelly's holding that up. They're doing a very good job up there. And then we have a little jelly keeping my other jelly company. Yeah, so we have one jelly at work and the other jelly. Well, they're both kind of at work. They're companion jellos. You maybe don't send me slurs jelly. Yeah, it's like I could screenshot it and send you the list. To be honest, it is a really helpful list to have, because it's a list of like all the things to automatically ban in your Twitch and anything else like text to speech and stuff like that. It's a really handy list to have if you don't have it. And it's basically because there's a lot of slurs that like I won't know as someone from the UK, or it's unlikely that I'll know as someone from the UK, because they're not slurs that we have here. So it's like, it's happened before on stream as well that we've had to ban certain words and like I've not known what they are, because they're just not slurs we have in this country really. So yeah, it is very, very useful. Oh dear. Also, Scott, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the egg. I'm sorry, I was dying when you did it, but I still heard it. Thank you. Found Zero on Bumble. Don't dox Zero. If you dox Zero, I will permaban you. Heads up. No doxing. If you found them, that's cool, but do not dox them, and don't be weird about it. Oh, dear. I'd like to have that list. I can send you.
The Vengabus is coming, and everybody's jumping. New York to San Francisco, an intercity disco. Bam, 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 bam,
bam, bam, bam. Thank you. Bam, 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 bam. I can get it to you. There's like a Reddit thread that has it all in. So what I'll probably do is rather than send you just a list of slurs, I'll send you the Reddit. How did I get it before? Sorry, I'll just research it quickly. Actually, do you mind if I do this after stream just to make sure I can give it the proper attention? Because I think in the middle of stream I'm not going to be able to find it. It took me a while before. If I forget, just prod me after stream and I'll send you, and I'll grab it. Thank you, sorry. Oh dear, yeah, it's like one of those things where it took me a while to find it the first time, and it's been even longer, so it might take me a while to find it again. It's also, okay, anyone who's interested, send me a DM after stream and I'll send it to you. Yeah. That way, I'm not going to like post it publicly in the Discord, because obviously there are a lot of very sensitive words in there, things that might upset people, which is very fair. If you would like it, was it banned word list? Probably not. This is someone's handcrafted list that they've posted. I have no idea that I could tell. How to put it? It's probably easier if you just have me send you the link. If you're interested, ask, and I'll send you the link afterwards. Because this is something that I've added a while ago. I probably can't tell you that much useful information about it. Is there a link to the Discord? !Discord. Yes, please. Yeah, rather than me, just message me. Everyone who wants it, send me a message. And I'll send them to you afterwards. If you don't message me, I won't send it to you, because it is very, very intense. It's a lot of very intense language. But if you want it, message me. On Twitch or on Discord? Probably easier on Can you send links over? Wait, good question actually. Can you actually send links over Twitch? It's probably easier on Twitch, because you have to add me as a friend to talk to me on Discord, I think. But I don't remember if Twitch allows links. I think so. As long as a DM. Yeah. All right, DM me on Twitch if you want it. Whisper me, and I'll respond to them after stream, and I'll send them out. But once again, under the pretext that I am sending you a list of slurs, I am sending you a list of things you might want to have banned in your stream. There are some like swears in there as well. If you're a swear-friendly stream, you'll have to filter them out. Like, I personally would consider us a swear-friendly stream, but Jelly won't say certain swears, I don't think. Basically, there's some swears in the UK and Australia which are a lot more offensive to Americans, and so I make sure that Jelly doesn't say those. It doesn't offend me, but Americans have a different perspective to certain swears. Yes. So I've been a little careful. I'm a little careful. Oh, as long as the DM are not stream chat. Yeah. See, a simple list of words is not intense in the slightest to me. It depends on the words you use. Yeah, I think it's very much a personal experience thing though, Gev. Like, for you, that's the case, but I know for some people who have maybe had like, say you had been on, we'll say Twitch. We'll give Twitch streamers an example, and people have hate rated you with one word over and over and over again. It might start to become quite triggering just to see that word. Like, so that's why I give it as a warning. It might not be triggering for you. And honestly, if it's not, I'm kind of glad. I'm glad, because it means there's one less thing in the world that's like hard for you to look at. So if it's not triggering to you, I'm glad. But it will probably be triggering to some people. And so I give the pretense of be careful. There is a lot of nasty words in here. And if you are someone who is... I hate using the word sensitive because it makes it sound like, oh, more sensitive, because it makes it sound like I'm being like, oh, you're being so sensitive. But I don't mean it like that. I just mean like, yeah, if you're someone who is more sensitive to certain words, as a heads up. As a heads up. Oh, dear. I was in a stream lately in which the bot reacted to the word Alaska. Alaska's a terrible word. Terrifying. Don't use that. So Fred has said, no, Gev, just whisper. We're doing it through whispers. Because I'm being a little careful at the moment, and this is nothing personal to you. For those who aren't aware, I've been having some issues with my personal social medias recently. I'm not adding any friends. Whisper me. Yeah. Sorry, I said that sounds very like harsh, but after last week, no. I'm at this point as well. I'm probably gonna close off a lot of my socials to people as well. It's just for my mental health's sake. I know eventually a lot of streamers end up getting to this point where they have to close socials off. For those who aren't aware of what happened, by the way, after I did the mermaid streams, it wasn't even really during, it was mainly after, I started getting like a lot of very threatening messages that would have like doxing information on me and stuff like that. And then shortly after that, someone actually, well, okay, I'm gonna say hacked, but I think they actually purchased, because I was in a data leak a while ago, and they already knew my full name and a few other details as well. Somebody purchased, I think, my information from the data leak and used it to send harmful things to my family. And it was, in some ways, it's a positive that it wasn't the one that's attached to my Twitch account on stuff like that. So none of my social media accounts were in danger of like me losing them or having them taken over, which I am grateful for that didn't happen. But the bad side of it was it affected my family and friends more than anybody else. And I did have to reach out to a lot of people privately because it was my contacts list that I think they purchased, as well as potentially a couple of other bits. So like I had to reach out to a lot of people who I had seen my account message. And then it's difficult because like there's only so much you can do to secure if they already have all of that stuff. So yeah, basically at this point I'm kind of just tired of people threatening me. So I'm probably gonna close stuff off at some point. It's annoying because it feels like I'm letting people win, and especially because the majority of people who reach out to me are like asking really nice questions or just asking how I've got certain stream setups or asking sewing stuff and stuff like that. So I am a bit sad to have to close them already because I've not even been streaming that long, to be honest. Like I've only been streaming a few years. But it's also, have I bled on this already? Oh my god. pretend you don't see that. Yeah, it's just a little it's one of those things. I'm not going to talk about it too much more because obviously it's not like the happiest situation, but I don't want to put my family at risk, and I would rather not have to deal with that sort of stuff. So yeah, I'm like still a bit up in the air about it, but I think likely I will at the very least close Instagram. So if you DM me on Instagram, I'm sorry, I probably won't see it anymore. And then Twitter would be the other one, and then I'm not adding any more friends on Discord either, unless there's someone that I know I can 100% trust. Yeah, it's just made me, this whole situation has made me a lot more like distrustful, maybe. Yeah, would maybe be the best way of putting it. Again, it was also quite a traumatic experience because unfortunately, since it was an older private account, a lot of the people that they message have actually passed away. And so they were like messaging people that I knew were dead, and just, yeah, it was pretty traumatic, honestly. And it happened at the same time as everything else bad was happening, and I'm like, you know what, it's just not worth it. You know, I'm giving people more power by having these things open and letting them do stuff like this to me, so I'm just gonna shut it down. So yeah, if in the future you want to get in touch with me, join our Discord. Probably is the safest way of doing it, because that's a community that I can regulate and we can moderate. So yeah, if in the future you have questions, please join the Discord. In this particular case, just send it to me via Whisper, and I'll send it to you. Oh dear. Yeah, the other thing, so much has happened this goddamn month. I think I should be able to do giveaways again for charity streams. For those who weren't aware, we had a lot of problems with the giveaways for the last charity stream, which again was the Mermaids event. We had a lot of issues with the giveaways, and that was because that was not actually because of any like people being rude or anything like that. And the people that won the giveaways were really, really chill about the whole thing. It was actually the UK Postal Service getting hacked. which specifically their international stuff, which meant that nothing international could be sent through them. You had to do all of your own customs, and oh my god, really sorry to hear. Like, yeah, I think Shifty, you weren't here the other stream. I felt really bad because I was messaging you afterwards as if you knew, and I was like, wait a second, they don't know. I've been saying all this stuff to them, and they're just probably there like, what? What are you talking about, Jenny? What? Yeah, no, it was a really rough week. It was the same week that Shiny had norovirus. Most of my family were in hospital looking after someone, but we couldn't go because obviously Shiny had norovirus. And yeah, it was just a really traumatic week, honestly. I think out of everything that's happened to me on Twitch, that week in particular was really, really rough. And I said this before, and I've turned a few people down as well. I'm not going to be doing any more charity streams just for a little bit. Just give me like a little bit of a break. I just need a little bit to recover from that one. It's so annoying as well because like this is exactly kind of what I said was going to happen. And like, I hate to be an I told you so, but like, it's really frustrating seeing people only discuss half of the discourse where it's like, oh yeah, like, you know, treating it like trans people are absolutely mental and like going around harassing people. And there is a small group of people who are claiming to be trans or may actually be trans who are going around and harassing people, but they are a small group, and there is just as much of a percentage of people who are not trans going around and harassing people just for not playing the goddamn game. It's very frustrating, and yeah, obviously in this particular case, it he lacks critical information. Yeah, we were talking, and I was talking to Shifty as if they knew, and Shifty was just there like, yeah, mm-hmm. But obviously, I'd stayed quite quiet about like, I think Shifty knew that I'd been hacked because I'm friends with Shifty on some of my personal accounts as well. But I don't think they knew about any of the rest of the stuff. And even with the hacking, I had to stay really quiet about it, and like while we were dealing with it, because I didn't have to, but I just felt like it was the best option to stay quiet about it.
People need to be nice to each other. No meanies allowed.
No meanies allowed. Absolutely no meanies. I do wish that certain content creators maybe didn't weaponize their fan base doing this, because that's one thing. It's like, I think I'm sorry if anyone did receive harassment, like, from people. Like, I definitely don't think any harassment is good. Even if you feel very strongly about Hogwarts Legacy one way or another, there's no excuse for sending harassment to people, calling people nasty names, encouraging people to basically barrage them with harassment. Like, there is no excuse for that, and I definitely stand by that. But it's really annoying that certain creators, which I am not going to call out by name, have claimed that they've been harassed and then have weaponized their communities to go and attack people who are raising money for charity. It's like, you might not have intended to do that. That might not have been the intended outcome. But when you say certain things like that the trans community is mental or stuff like that, yeah, it sends a message. It sends a message, and then they come and they hack me and they send messages to my dead relatives. It's great. Thanks. Although, not that I allegedly, sorry, I should say, because I technically don't have any proof. Because once they got in, everything was sent from my account, so it just looks like I hacked myself. Unfortunately, one of those situations where it kind of just looks like I did it, which is like, great. Like, I might have been more public with it if I had, like, I guess, better receipts, but I do not. Oh dear. Yeah, I knew you were hacked, yeah. I think you knew that, but I think anyone on my private account could find that pretty easily. But yeah, I didn't have to reach out to you because you, as far as I'm aware, were not one of the people affected. Because this is the thing, since it was used my account, which I could still access, by the way, because there are ways, even if you change the password, I can still access most of my accounts. I can still get in, and so I could just see who they sent messages to. But I also can't easily kick them out, so it's just like, I might just deactivate that one, honestly. I think, because I just can't guarantee that no one's gonna get into it again, and it's annoying, and it's gonna have to move a lot of stuff around. But I think it's a better option than maybe one of my older relatives falling for someone sending them malicious links. Oh dear. Hope you're well. I'm okay. We're just talking about that I will probably close. I'll make a message about it as well, that I might close my DMs for a bit. I don't like doing that, again, because the majority, I would say like nearly 100% of the people in the community use my DMs to ask me questions about stream setup or sewing or crafts, you know? So like 99% of the time they are that. I'll probably keep my Discord ones open so that we have to be friends first, but like there is a way for people to reach out. I think Twitter and Instagram though are gonna go. They're gonna go. And the reason is nasty people. And I have a pretty thick skin, but I guess the way of putting it is like, I cannot prove anything. The timing lines up really well. I don't want my lack of response on social media that they are harassing me on to then push them to take it further and try and get through to me another way, you know? It's easier just to close the DMs and hope that nobody tries to take things further. Yeah. I don't know if that's the best way of explaining it, but I've been talking about it with Shiny and stuff, and it's like, yeah, it might just be better to close that, unfortunately. I just feel like it's really early to close it, because like, I know a lot of creators have to close their DMs at some point, but like, I have literally only been streaming for 3 years, and I am still pretty damn small. It just feels too early. It feels like too early. It would have been good if we'd had a bit longer. Dear. That being said, I encourage anyone to follow the Discord if you do have questions. You can, even if you're someone who pops in and out of Discords, you can always *Discord in our channel, and it will get you the link again and you can rejoin. So don't feel like you have to stay there all the time, especially if you're not looking to, like, you know, you're already in like 100 Discord servers. Like, I totally get it. If you ever need the link to the Discord, *Discord in chat will get you the link again, and you can always rejoin, ask a question, leave. You know, that's fine. The nice thing as well is if you're asking it in the Discord, we have a lot of people who are like definitely professionals at their crafts, so you'll get not only probably an answer from me, but like also potentially other people who can give even more insight than me. So yeah, you can always open up again in future. True, I can. This, I'll be honest though, I probably won't, if I had to guess. Maybe it's because it's very fresh. I hate using the, like, it really like shook me. Like, I'll not, it really shook me what happened the last couple of weeks. I would be surprised if I opened them up again, to be honest, after that. I would be very surprised. You know, I thought I was pretty thick-skinned, and I would still say that I am, but like, there is things that take it a step too far, and obviously accessing my personal account to send messages to my dead family members might be just a step too far for me. Yeah, so I think if I had to guess, I don't think I'll open them again. I don't think it's worth opening up the possibility of what happened over the last month happening ever again. Obviously it happened in tandem with like a few other things that have made it harder to deal with, like going through medication withdrawals, like you know, being not denied, but like going to the hospital and not being able to have the next treatment because they'd literally just run out, having my family being sick at the same time, and then also Shiny being very ill. It was just like so much happening in 1 week that it was like, yeah, probably a relatively traumatizing experience. I don't think I'll open them again. I think they'll close and they'll probably stay closed. Maybe except for specific circumstances. Maybe if I'm like looking for feedback from my community, I might open them for a day or two here and there. But that would probably be it. Sorry, I didn't mean to talk about this for so much. It's like not exactly the happiest situation. But yeah. It is what's happened. It's also partly the reason why I'm hiding my face these days. Yeah. I don't like that people have this much power over it, but like, it's, yeah. I mean, also the fact that my skin is like destroyed. It's like a mixture of my skin being destroyed and also just like, I don't like people using my face like that. Oh dear. Totally your choice. I know my community will be very understanding. Like, even before I told people what was going on when I just started using the VTuber constantly, like, I was worried people would be, like, really, like, what's going on? Why are you only using a VTuber? Blah, blah, blah. Everyone's been really, really chill. Everyone's been really, really chill. And so I feel very lucky. The people that have found me have been really, really nice. And that's partly why I've been planning really fun weeks, because, you know, that's what I do. When I've had like a really bad week, I take some time and I make sure to plan something that I'll really, really enjoy. Do some things that I really, really enjoy. And all this week I've got things going that I really, really enjoy, like making patterns is one of my favorite parts of making a costume, which I'm starting to realize is maybe not a popular opinion. But I really, really like making patterns. I think it's really, really fun. We've got making our first tutorial, which is something that I've wanted to do for a really long time, and I've just kind of psyched myself out of doing it. So that's going to be really, really fun. Of course, we've got Crafty Coffee Morning, and we do have another Sussy Saturday coming up next week. There is something else that I can't say that I'm doing just yet, but I'm having a good time doing it in the background, and then hopefully we can bring that on stream next week at some point. And then I want to play Animal Crossing, because I love Animal Crossing. So yeah, I've made that. I wouldn't mind having a VTuber on hand, to be honest. It's very, very useful. I think it's becoming more and more common that people just have like a VTuber for days where they don't want to use face. It's definitely not everyone's cup of tea, and I've also heard just as many people say, like, you know, I'd rather just have nothing on my screen at all than to use a VTuber because it's just not my style, and like that's very, very fair. You know, it's a personal taste thing, but I think a lot of people these days are, as and when they can, even like it's not just VTuber like specifically as well, like but like a PNG tuber as well, which is a lot more accessible. They'll like have one of those for like the days where they're just not feeling up to showing their face for one reason or another. Maybe they're not feeling very well, maybe they're tired, maybe they just don't fancy it that day, maybe they're just not feeling it. Yeah, it's a really useful tool. It's a useful tool in your streaming arsenal, but it's not one that everybody wants. But personally, I've loved using it. I think it adds like a more energetic like extra to the stream. It doesn't always mimic my face perfectly, but like, you know, it's there and I like it. All right, I need to take some stuff off my mannequin now because I'm going to have to sew this onto the inside of a couple pieces. So 2 seconds, my VTuber, like, speaking of the bottle, it's gonna be pinging all over the place just for a second while I move some stuff around. There we go. Ooh. There we go. Okay, sorry, pinging stuff. Lurk time. Oh, get some good Z's. Oh yeah, I've been using kilt pins to hold this up. Excuse me while I remove these absolutely massive pins. Like, look at these chonkers. They're huge. Yeah, have some nice looks. Oh dear. I've really enjoyed making VTuber models. I would like to keep making them in the future, but I'm gonna take a little, not a massive break from it, but just a little while I do this. Because I love making VTuber models, but I really love making cosplays. Alright, I need this side. Okay, how am I gonna do this? How am I gonna do this? It needs to sew into here. See? So I got 1, 2, 3, and that would go there. So it needs to sew onto the inside of this. Maybe if I have that bit out. Let's get some pins really quickly and just see what we can manage, because this is thick and obviously that doesn't make it easier, but the end fabric will also be really thick because I'm smocking a lot of it. In fact, some layers will probably actually be thicker than what I'm doing right now, which is why I'm like, yeah, it's thick, but you know, that is what it's meant to be, and that's not wrong per se. It is meant to be quite thick. Okay. That's why I ended up using felt in the first place, because it just more accurately represented the fabric that I would be using. And I was like, if I use a really thin fabric, I might find that it gets kind of tight under my arms and stuff like that when I use the actual fabric. So let's just start with a thicker fabric. Like, this is 4 layers of felt. Oh dear. I can find some VTuber creations to be a bit distracting though, or maybe that kind is a PNG. So PNG tubers are when VTuber is, it's similar to VTubing, but instead of like having like a full moving model where it's like wiggle, 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 you have like 2 images. So you have like the one with the open mouth and the one with the closed mouth. It's a lot more similar to the text-to-speech jelly. Yeah, it's more similar to that, where like they have the image for open mouth and the image for closed mouth. PNG tubers are often used when people are raising money or saving for a VTuber, although some people use PNG tubers forever, which is also very valid. Like, you know, you display your stream how you want to display your stream at the end of the day. So yeah, some people will use them forever, some people will use them just while they're saving for like a fully rigged VTuber. The reason that people do that is because fully rigged VTubers, they can go anywhere from about 500 quid to up to 8,000 quid, depending on like how detailed the VTuber is and how much they can do and how detailed the rigging is. So, you know, there are VTubers who have spent close to £10,000 on their models. Like, I think that's or $10,000, I think, which is important to mention. You can get one, probably about the quality of the one that I have now, for about 500 quid. But that is still a lot for somebody to raise for what is probably at the end of the day a hobby. But then, yeah, they do go upwards of like several thousand grand if you get like more detailed ones. When you look at models like big streamers like Iron Mouse, like Shy Lily, stuff like that, VTubers who have also talked about the cost of their models too, you often hear them say things like, yeah, they are upwards of several thousand grand for each model. Because, you know, that's the level of quality. And I'm not saying that they are priced badly, like those are very fair prices, because not only does it take an artist hundreds of hours to draw such detailed layers, and those are hundreds of layers they're drawing for those models, but the rigging hours are, again, hundreds of hours to rig. So I don't want it to come across as I'm saying like it's an unfair price, but that's the reason a lot of people use PNG tubers in the meantime, because it's not an unfair price and people want to pay their artists, so they use a PNG tuber in the meantime while they are raising that money. Yeah. So honestly, it's kind of cool. I like it because you see people evolve as time goes on. They start off with a pretty simple setup, and then maybe they have like a stream goal of like 500 quid for their first VTuber, and then they have a VTuber about the quality of mine, and then, you know, they save extra money and then they put it towards, you know, a more expensive model later on. I think it's pretty cool, but it's different for everyone. Not everybody enjoys it, and not everybody enjoys watching VTubers either. Ah, dear. Thick with reasons, yeah. That's how people describe me. Yeah, I've been tempted to make my own little PNG tuber for days. I just don't feel like it. Yeah, that's very fair as well. I mean, the thing is, it's different because obviously for a PNG tuber, you have to draw everything on the same layer and then have like the mouth open and closed. For VTubers, you draw it kind of layer by layer by layer when you're rigging the whole thing. So in some ways, it actually doesn't feel quite so much, even though you're doing more, because it's like you can finish a layer and be like, done. And it's like just an eye or something, or it's just that. So it feels like progress goes a lot quicker, or maybe I should say. Oh dear. And Panthera, good morning, and Cthulhu, good morning. I hope you're both doing well. We are working on thick. Look at this thick. Yeah, then it is with the PNG, the time where it jumps every time a streamer talks. That is a choice. The PNG does not have to jump. Some, like my jelly doesn't jump when it opens its mouth, and it's the same stuff. There is a program you can use for PNG tubers which makes them jump when they hear noise, but like I don't use that personally, and I think most of the PNG tubers I know just use Live 2D and just have mouth open, mouth closed. That way you don't get the wah every time they open their mouth. But like I guess before that existed, then yeah, you probably would have had to use some kind of browser source to do it. And yeah, personally, I don't use that really. I'm more likely to use that if I have other people on stream with me, so people know who's talking, but not for my own model. But it's a personal tasting. It's personal tasting. It's not to my personal taste, but that doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just not for me. Oh dear. Plus, I enjoyed the process of learning how to make and rig VTubers, and that is definitely not everyone's cup of tea. A lot of people look at that and they're like, oh hell no, that is so much, and it's like, yeah, for me, that's something that I really enjoy. It's like the same thing over and over again, and it's, you know, I enjoy those kind of monotonous tasks. But a lot of people look at that and they're like, disgusting. Absolutely not. I never want to do that. Ah, dear. Yeah, welcome on in, by the way. So Pthera and Cthulhu, we're just doing the sleeve inside of the sleeve. It's going to look a little weird for now, especially because I'm not lining anything, but this is my inside of the sleeve. It's a little bit smaller at the opening so that we can attach this to it, and that will sit on my inside of the sleeve. Yeah, there's a logic here, I promise there's a logic. You just have to trust me. Oh dear. Yeah, talking a little bit about VTubers versus PNG tubers and like the prices of them, and like what they're used for as well. Like I think the most common use of a VTuber, and which again very respectable, is completely covering the face and creating a new identity while you're live. And for a lot of people, especially if you're just starting streaming, that really helps them streaming. They're not worried about what their face looks like. They don't feel quite so self-conscious when they're streaming because they're streaming as a character, not as themselves. For myself, I would say that I don't stream as a character. I gave my character, like my PNG tuber, my VTuber lore, but like I am the same person in and out of VTuber. Like we talk about the same subjects. We had the same kind of discussions. I don't create a character for my one, but for a lot of people, especially again newer streamers, people who might be a little bit self-conscious and stuff like that, having a character to play makes streaming a little bit less intimidating. Also, again, not having to worry about their face being out there or attached to their account makes them feel a little bit more confident to say different things. Like, you know, I talk about piss a lot and I'm not too worried about that because I know if my family see that, we'd have exactly the same conversations. Like, my family is very open about all that kind of stuff, so I'm not worried, but not everyone's family is like that. And I think, obviously, I'm using piss as an example, but say if you're someone who identifies as part of the LGBTQA+, and your family would be very anti that. It's a way of, like, showing your identity for a character without having to worry about your family disowning you. You know, there's a lot of people that use it for those kind of reasons. Ah, dear. Oh, you're fine. Luna, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well, but yeah, good luck with your work. I hope that it goes all right. I'm at work, so I'm gonna lurk. Thank you. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, dear. But yeah, there's a lot of reasons people use it. I think there's a lot of very, very good reasons. I think especially over the last year with the stuff happening with deepfakes and people using their faces without permission and photoshopping them onto things, there's more and more reasons to honestly cover your face while streaming. Obviously, it's different for everyone, and I kind of, in many ways, hope that I never get to a size where that's something that I'd have to legitimately worry about. But, you know, I guess you just don't know what happens on Twitch, and I'm someone who's had my face out there, and I don't mind having my face out there, and I'm hoping to have it out there again at some point in the future. But I can totally understand and see the perspective of people that never want to show their face. Because, like, honestly, fair enough. You could save yourself a lot of hassle, especially if you're a bigger streamer already, by just never showing your face and not have to worry about all that kind of stuff. Oh dear. Wasn't even last year. Oh no, sorry, I meant over the last year. My bad. I probably misspoke. Because obviously the deepfake stuff has been happening for a while. The deepfake specific incident happened last month, but there's been Reddit shut down because people were photoshopping streamers' faces onto bodies and stuff like that, and there were whole Reddit forums for that kind of thing, as well as the Reddit forums for streamers, normally specifically female streamers, when they stood up and walked away from stream. I know that I've talked about that one on stream before, and that happened last year. Where like, yeah, I don't know if you heard about this, Shifty. Did you know there were Reddit forums that if people stood up and turned around to like leave the room, they would clip that and upload it to those forums as like sexual content? That's why for like basically the entire time when I'm streaming, when I leave the room, I don't turn around. I keep my butt to the wall. You don't see my butt, and it's mainly just because like if I don't want people coming to my channel expecting sexual content, because that's like absolutely not what we do, unless you're into piss, and then like honestly fair enough. Yikes. Yeah, did not know there were forums. They've been shut down now. So Reddit actually, there was a big thing that happened last year where Reddit actually took a stand on it and was like, this is sexual exploitation because these streamers have not consented to being used in these forums. And honestly, I'm not always the most pro Reddit person in the world, but like they actually did a really good job taking a stand on that and being like, actually, yeah, no, this isn't okay. Even though it's not like anything that the streamer didn't do live, specifically clipping these moments when they walked away. If you're curious about it, I know streamer Sweet Anita did a talk about it at one point because she was quite heavily featured, unfortunately. Just I think due to the setup of her room, to leave she would have to turn around, and that's what people would clip. And so she'd have hundreds of clips for her channel of her turning around to leave the room. And like, you know, they were hugely viewed. When you'd go to her channel, like that's what people would see. And like, if you know Sweet Anita, that is not the kind of content that she creates. She creates more educational content, deep dive stuff like that. So to have herself on the internet like that, well, it probably wasn't ideal, to put it lightly. Yeah, I know that she's talked about it before, and I'm sure that other female streamers have talked about it before as well, where it's like, you know, it's not something they've consented to, and it does just feel very exploitative. Like, it's a difficult one, because technically it's definitely not illegal, but like, is it good? No. And yeah, that's why I was quite impressed that Reddit took us down on it, because it'd be different if it was like illegal and stuff like that, because then yeah, you'd kind of be forced to, but it's not illegal. It was absolutely not, and Reddit still was like, yeah, but we don't want it on the platform. It's like, good on you, Reddit. You know, I'm very impressed. That was very cool of you. A lot of places don't do that. So yeah, and there was a couple of other forums as well, which they also shut down for similar reasons. One of them being the one where people would Photoshop faces onto, not videos, like stills of like porn, but they'd Photoshop like famous streamers or YouTubers' faces onto the porn actors and actresses. Yeah, that was another one that they shut down, which again, very cool. Thank you, Reddit. Oh dear, I always turn off my camera to get up. Yeah, it's like, it's not something that you should have to think about, but like, I've been thinking about it since pretty early into streaming because I knew it was something that existed, and I was like, I don't, even like when I have like one viewer, like I don't necessarily want to be clipped doing stuff like that. And I have seen clips appearing on my channel over the years, not very often, I should say. Like, it's pretty uncommon. Like, for the most part, everyone here, very, very chill. But we have had clips appear on the channel. A really one that happened more recently, which I think I mentioned when it happened, was that somebody took a clip of me having a breakdown after having like a really rough technical session, and they took a clip of it. And then they deleted it, but they uploaded the clip onto another website. Like, you just never know who's watching you live on Twitch, you really don't. And like, I would say that my community, obviously I think a lot of people say this, but my community I'm very proud of. Like, I think everyone's very, very chill, but you just don't know who's watching you, and there could be someone watching you waiting for you to have a breakdown at any moment. And I almost hate that you have to like say that, because like, you just don't know. But yeah, that was fun. I really enjoyed finding that clip. I also found that clip live on stream, which is why more people know about it, because like, I was like, I wonder if I find any porn clips of me, and the one that I found was like not a porn clip, it was just me like having to mute because I was crying. Oh dear. Good morning, Amazonia, welcome on in. Please maybe get up and make bacon sandwich. Delicious. You're not hungry? Think of the delicious smell of bacon wafting over your house. Do it! Get up! Make bacon! You got this! Heck yeah. Every day I get more validation for not using facecam. Yeah, like, there are so many reasons to be careful. Like, it's a big decision to make whether you want to show face on stream or not. One thing I will say that kind of, it annoys me a little bit, but it doesn't actually affect me, it just annoys me a little bit, is like,
the culture around face reveals, like everyone will do a face reveal at some point kind of thing. And like, again, it doesn't affect me because my face has been out there for years, and like obviously normally when things are normal I stream with face, right? So like it doesn't really affect me, but it does make me feel a bit weird that it's like almost just expected that if you don't show your face that you will at some point. Like you will. There will always be a day where you'll do a face reveal. And it's like there are so many good reasons for people to never show their face ever. Obviously there are positives to showing your face as well when it comes to social stuff and like gatherings and meets, but like there is so many good reasons to never show your face. That it kind of annoys me when there's like a culture around the fact that you will show your face at some point, and it's like, well, you know what though? It's kind of smart never to do it. Like, it's kind of smart to never show your face online. I don't think it would have affected me anyways, but still. Well, yeah, but this is the thing as well. It's like, say you got, okay, Shifty, let's put you in a position. Let's say, because you've got a nice voice, and I could honestly, if the wrong crowd finds you, if you say like grow on Twitch and people find you and they end up liking you because of your voice, I can honestly imagine a large community, like, I mean it's in like not to scare you or be like rude, but I can imagine more people sexualizing you because of your voice and then trying to draw you based on your voice and how they would imagine you looking and stuff like that, because that's happened to a lot of faceless male content creators, is they get rabid fan bases who are like attracted to them normally specifically because of their voice or something like that, and then drawing like, I guess, what they want you to look like, and then if you don't look like that, oh, how could you? You've disappointed your fan base. It's like so toxic. It's very, very toxic. And like, I do think it tends to be like a younger demographic that do that kind of thing, but I don't think that necessarily makes it right. Yeah, it definitely makes me uncomfy, personally. Oh, I can't imagine that happening to me because I have a very grating voice. It's definitely not the kind of voice I think people would necessarily sexualize. I don't have like a deep sultry voice, nor do I have like a high-pitched anime voice. So I don't really fit into the categories of people that get sexualized for their voices. Boo-hoo. How sad. I'll probably live. Okay, where do I need this to go? I need this to go like here, and I think it needs to be... Oh god. It's difficult. I think it might need to be a little bit tighter at the bottom, so I might do that, but we'll fix this in here first. The bit that has been made smaller. Oh dear. Why people are entitled to it? Yeah, like in the same way second people want to reveal your disease. Yeah, and then they guess they're entitled to know my disease. No, you're not entitled to know anything. And I'll probably never tell you about that one, and you're just gonna have to live with it. People already do. There you are. Oh dear. Like, I'm not... I hate to say that I'm not surprised. It's not because I don't want it to come across as like a mean way. It's like, oh yeah, because you're creating all this sexual content, Shifty. It's just because you have one of those voices that I can imagine people really, especially a certain demographic of viewers, really liking. And obviously, if you're fine with it, then you're fine with it. But there are going to be content creators out there that aren't fine with it and don't really have a choice on their voice. Showing my face is such a matter of confidence. I've never had negativity about it, anyone when I did, but it's all about how I feel, yeah. And I don't like looking at myself. This is the same. It's like, I don't, and part of the reason, like, you know, making a VTuber in the first place seemed like a good idea to me, I don't always have the confidence to show my face. And like, on the days where I don't have the confidence, I don't want necessarily people to know that I'm not feeling so confident that day. So having a VTuber is like a really good way of just like, zoop. I've still got like a face people can look at and feel connected to a little bit, but I don't have to worry so much. The thing is that I hate as well is that people don't show their face, people go out their way to find, yeah. It happens with VTuber, like, it's definitely a taboo in the VTuber community, but it still happens like a hell of a lot. And yeah, it's really sad. And I think also it's like people don't necessarily see the danger in that, because especially if you have a bigger fan base and like, you have a lot more haters, we'll say it like that. We'll have a lot more people that don't like you and don't like your content and like specifically go out of their way to hate you. It could put these people in really dangerous positions of like people knowing who they are that also have bad intentions towards them, you know? I don't think always people see that, and it's like, ugh. Did Twitch make the announcement? Not yet, Lee. Still waiting. If anyone says me, they'll be very disappointed. I mean, I don't think so. As someone, I have seen you personally, and honestly, I don't think that they would be disappointed. Well, but they'll actually, no, that's not true. There will always be someone who's disappointed. But I think the majority of people would not be. But I also think it's a risk. It's always a risk. Like, I'm not gonna, so here's the thing. I'm not gonna say that I support Dream in any way, especially with a lot of the allegations that have come out against them. But what I will say is that they were a really good example of why showing your face as a big content creator is incredibly risky. Because when they showed their face, I would say they look like a normal person, but that's never good enough, you know? That's never good enough for everybody. They look like a normal human being, and how could they? How could they look normal? Did Chaotic ever actually show their face though? I thought they just got cancelled for being like a pedophile. I don't think they ever showed their face. I think they just, you know, rightly so, got cancelled for. Wait, it wasn't even. I kind like we haven't heard from them from a while, and I kind of just hope that they went to jail because they admitted doing stuff with minors, and it's like, yeah, that's an illegal. That's an illegal, friend. Oh dear. Whereas Dream did show their face. Dream did show their face, and they got the full brunt of it. And again, I don't necessarily like Dream, nor do I agree with the stuff that he's done, especially with the allegations. But I do think they're a really good example of, like, you know, you're never gonna be good enough for everyone. If you look normal, like, get screwed. Oh my god, you look human? Disgusting. Yeah. Oh dear, wait, what? Glad I'm not on top of it. Oh, this was a while ago. This was a while ago. That was a time, yeah. Guide dogs, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. So you can't really see what I'm doing right now because it's a little bit big. Is there a way that I can make my camera further away? Oh, actually, wait, you know. Maybe. There you go. Is there a way I can make my camera further away? I mean, moving the camera would probably do it. Can't guarantee, but I feel like it's a good start. Oh dear. Welcome on in though, I hope you're doing well. We are just doing some practice pattern making. Trying to get the arms of this sleeve all done, because it's like a very layered thing, which is why it looks kind of weird right now. I'm also not stitching it particularly well because I just need the shapes to work. I don't need it to be stitched super well. Thank you for the heck! I'm up and I'm trying the bacon. Heck yeah! Oh dear, thank you for the heck. I considered being a golden retriever VTuber on stream, but my lack of skills in that trumped my oh bless you. I mean, that's always as well something you could always try again in the future. You know, you don't have to do it immediately. Say in, like, you know, a year's time or something, you have another opportunity to maybe do like a silly stream based, like, looking like a golden retriever. You'd always do it then. I'm sure people would still find it just as fun. Ah, dear. There we are. Yeah, talking a little bit about the positives and negatives of showing and hiding your face. I think there are positives to showing your face as well. I don't want it to come across as like completely anti-showing face, because like there's a reason that I've shown my face the last few years, you know? There's a lot of positives to it too. I think it's much easier to read your tone when you have like your face showing. Unless you have really good VTuber tracking, I think it can sometimes be a little difficult to read your tone as well with a VTuber, because obviously like when I'm looking down, my eyes are closed and stuff like that, and there's a lot of things which like, maybe not quite so normal, like that my VTuber face does that my real face won't be doing. So I think tone is easier to convey with real face, especially on a platform like Twitch where things are easily misunderstood. I think when it comes to like meeting people in real life, having shown your face, it makes it a lot less stressful, because you don't have to worry about people doxing you, because like your face is already out there. That's information that you've already chosen to share. So like that's positive. I think with cosplay, it's a positive and a negative, and this is just from my experiences, so you know, if you've had different experiences, like that's very valid as well. My experience as a cosplayer on Twitch is when I have my face showing, people imagine the cosplay on me, which makes sense. When I don't show my face, I get more questions and people more imagining them making it for themselves, which personally, I actually really like. That's not going to be a cup of tea for everyone, especially if you're coming on this platform specifically wanting to, you know, make your own costumes and work on your own stuff. But like, I don't know, it always feels really sweet to me when people are like, I would like to try that myself. I want to try making this bit. Can you show me how you did that again? And it's like, yeah, sure. I would love to. And I get a lot more of that when I use my VTuber than when I use my regular face. And I think it does just come down to like, when I'm showing my face, people are imagining the costume for me. When I don't show my face, people imagine the costume for them a little bit more. Not always, and definitely not everyone, but just, I guess, statistically, it happens more often. Not welcome on in, I hope you're doing well. Just in time, I'm going to turn this inside out. We're going to have a little look at how it's sitting. This is... So this is the inside of my arm sleeve, which is why it looks a little bit funky right now. It almost looks like a Hoover attachment. But let me pull this into there. There you go. And now, it's poof poof. But the bit inside is like, oh, there's still a pin in there. Oh God. Wouldn't want to try that on just yet. Say, welcome on in, I hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Look at this, we got a sleeve inside of our sleeve. There's a sleeve. I'm gonna try it on quickly and then I'm gonna put it on my mannequin so you guys can see. I just wanna make sure that I haven't made it in a way that doesn't fit me. I will have to stand up to put it on the mannequin though, so. my VTuber's gonna be horn! Thank you for the horn. All right. So I'm gonna say an adjustment that will need to be, oh actually no, but it fits quite. I was gonna say an adjustment that might need to be made is to do with, I think, 2 seconds. I'm gonna go look at it in the mirror. I'll be like right back. I'm not gonna bother muting. And it's like just next door. I have some insight. I have some ideas. I have some insight. Thank you for the like, Shifty. I appreciate it. Let me pop this on the mannequin and then I'll talk you through. Basically, the bottom of the arm is perfect and it hits exactly the point that I want it to. So like it hits just before the bend of my elbow. So I don't have to worry about, you know, like me bending and then it warping and stuff like that. So that's really, really good. The bit that I am not so keen on is actually the top of the arm, which I'd already done. I'll switch screens and I can talk you through why. Find me, there you go. Which is this bit. So, this bit's going too long. The bit inside is actually perfect and like I don't want to change that, but this bit here needs to be a bit more like up there, just so you properly get like it coming out. And unfortunately, like I can alter it so it's there, but it kind of. But now it's on the mannequin, it kind of looks right again. God damn it. I'm not sure if maybe I want this bit to just be a little bit higher on the top. The bottom bit I'm kind of okay with, although maybe it could be like a little bit shorter. I think mainly I just want it like a teeny tiny bit shorter, and then I'll be happy with it. Oh, you're officially the last color of your cross stitch? Heck yeah! Heck yeah! Congratulations! Heckin' speedy cross stitching. I kind of just want it to be a little further out and this bit to be a little further up. But then I'm also like, if I had like something stuffing this and like properly padding it out, would it sit where I wanted it anyway? Maybe. I do think the bottom bit, the bit in here, is a little bit long, and so maybe like that needs to shorten a little bit. If I grab my pattern piece, I don't know, can you see me? I need to be careful. Let's not show my face right now, after talking about not showing face. Let me grab the pattern piece, and we can maybe look at altering a little bit. Also, yeah, you already see that I've altered this a hell of a lot, which is why there's all this like sticky tape and stuff on it. This is the piece that went on the inside. The piece on the inside's fine though. It's like, just the top bit really. Needs to be like a little bit shorter here, and like shorter here. But not... The shapes, I'm wondering if could I just be a bit cheeky and like fold it? Because like honestly, it doesn't need to be that much shorter, like a centimeter, maybe 2 centimeters would be fine. I'm wondering if I could just fold it. If I could just fold the whole thing. Okay, let's have a try. I could cut it once it's folded and cut it when it's not. And something like that. I could have been working this for a year. You don't know. Oh god. True. That's true. You could have been working for a year, but I'm going to assume that you haven't been. I'm going to assume that you haven't been, because otherwise you would have joined. I don't know. Most people join near the beginnings of projects. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misreading it. Okay. And then fold it back. Yeah, more like that. Oh, maybe that's too small now, actually. Because, like, honestly, the top bit's fine. Let's do it like that. And then, like... This is such an unhappy piece of paper. I might redraw it again. But I think, like, that maybe... For the over bit? Potentially. Thick bacon, that's gonna fuel me for the rest of the day almond making. Heck yeah! Yeah, that's what you need. You need a good, strong breakfast if you've got a busy day. It's been about a month. I think it's still quite a long one though, to be fair. Yeah, we're having a look at the moment, Amazonia, at this. So we've got the inside bit in there, but I feel like I kind of want, I don't know if I maybe just want the inside to be smaller. This bit, because the top bit actually is not too bad. Like, I want to be able to see the bit under here. See, just a little bit, especially at the angle that you guys are at. But the inside, I think it's just a bit too far. So I'm thinking that maybe this bit needs to be shortened a little bit so that I can see more of that. I don't know. Maybe that's a personal taste thing. The outside I'm kind of okay with. It's just the inside. So what I'm doing is I'm having a look at the pattern that I've made for this, which has all the darts in it, so it looks kind of crazy. Just pattern so far, like, patterning is what I enjoy. I love patterning. Patterning is like my favorite part of costume making. So whenever I'm doing patterning, I'm like, but I'm gonna maybe redraw this pattern, but just make it much thinner at the edges. So that's the bit that goes under the arm, which is already pretty small to be fair, but I just think it needs to be a teeny tad smaller, and then I think I'll be happy with it. The only other thing is just to check. That's at that point. Yeah, it's pretty. I was just wondering, like the edge piece is pretty even the whole way around, so it's not that I've like made that wavy. It's about 25 or 25. Heck yeah! I've now committed to hanging out there till I finish. You've got this, I believe. Should I make the bottom of the arm first, or should I? Thing is, the bottom of the arm kind of needs ironing, and I just don't want to iron it right now. It's already warm in this room, like when I have all of my VTuber and my ducks and stuff like that. I don't know if I want to iron right now, but I do want to get that bit done. Okay. This might change the length of those bits. Ooh. But only the bottom bits, right? Because, like, these bits are the same. I'm thinking in head. Because, yeah, right now, the strips are pretty good. They're a little bit big, maybe, in some places, but, like, they are big enough. I can always make them a little smaller. It'll be the inside-y bit. Those will have to be even shorter, and they're already short. I think I just want it a little bit more, like, up there. And then out there's fine, just a little bit smaller. I don't even know if I necessarily need to repattern that, honestly. It's like such a small change. It's just push this up a little bit. You know what? I'll draw the new pattern, but I might not test it out immediately. I don't really, it's such a small alteration. I don't really feel like I'll need to. Let me grab, where can I get some card? From behind me. I got the blue. I could probably do 1 1/2. Oh, no, I can't. What the hell? How did I do this? I must have a piece there and then 2 other pieces. Luckily, I have lots and lots and lots of card. So, it's not too bad. Not too bad. Till the cosplay is finished. I need to see it through, but it's like, that's like 16 months. Are you sure? I very much appreciate it. I'm just like, that is a heckin' long time. Alright, I think it's 2 pieces though. That felt like 2 pieces. We'll stick 1 to either side, and I'll trace it, and then I'll just change it. And then I'll have my 2 pieces, 1 for the inside, because the inside one is fine. And actually feels really comfortable. It's just the outside one I'm not super keen on. Alright. That does also mean that I don't have to, because yeah, I have these ones at the moment labeled for inner arm only. I can just have 2 separate patterns. And you know what, I'll get through them. I destroy my patterns. That's why I make them out of card, because If I made them out of like the Bible paper or whatever that you're meant to make them out of, they'd be gone in days. They wouldn't even make it to my final version. It needs to be duct tape and card. Oh dear. Oh, sure, I can win now. I can work on my next cosplay project. It's sort of 30. Whoa! Oh! That's a big one. Oh, 2 seconds. I must itch my face. There we go. I probably shouldn't itch my face. I should probably let it heal. But no, we itch. There you go. And just fold that over. And then on this side, we'll do the same thing. Oh my god, how the hell? You can't see this, but I just ripped my tape in half. Oh my god, so strong. Strong already, Jesus. There we go. And just stick that down there. Yeah. Cool. I think it's fine if that's there, to be honest. There's like a little line in the middle. It'll not be sticky soon enough. Alright. Got this. Got this. Put that back over there. Right, let's draw around this. Should I... This is the shoulder. I'll keep it at that edge that it's like there. And then we'll... I can skip the first 2 darts because this is the outside piece. God, these are going to be a pain in the ass to draw onto the actual fabric, but we'll work with it. We'll work with it. You're back lunchtime? Heck yeah, enjoy your lunch. We are redrawing a pattern piece right now. So it's really close. It just needs to be like on these insidey bits, just a little bit shorter, and like I'll be happy with it. So what I'm doing is I'm just redrawing this, but I'm redrawing it with just slightly shorter inside bit. And I'll even that out afterwards, because this pattern piece I will still need. This will be the one that goes underneath. But I need another one for over the top. So we're redrawing the piece for over the top right now. Okay. Darts and all. Lots and lots of darts, to be fair, to make it nice and poofy. There we are. Okay. So yeah, it's got those ones, but I've not drawn the whole distance. What I will probably end up doing is folding it and then making sure that I get the same on both sides, because I can already see like I've gone a lot shorter on this edge than I have on this edge. What I should do, if I fold, where's the halfway point? I think it's down this bit. There we go. Pretty much. And I think I liked this one a little bit more. So if I draw, actually, yeah, it's like a up. Okay, make sure I copy that so it's kind of going up to there. That was good. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Absolutely, that was an excellent sandwich. Heck yeah! Welcome on in, brain. Honestly, I need to do that more. Alright, we're going to cut this out now, making it even on both sides. Ooh, into the card. There we go. And then down here is going to be small, but we'll work with it. I think we can manage. And then I could just cut the darts out like this, honestly, couldn't I? That'll probably be easier, huh? And then make sure they're in the same place on both sides. And then go. Ooh. And well, there we go. Nice. Very nice. Blue, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. We're doing more pattern making at the moment. So far, this is what we're working with. Ignore all the patterns that I've like pinned to here. This is what we're working with. It looks, I'm not unhappy with it. I should say, like, it's working like I want it to work. I just don't like that this insidey bit is so close. I kind of want it to be like up here. So the new pattern that I've just cut is basically the outside piece, but just like half the size at the top. So this bit here will be half the size. Yeah, that's what we've done. That's what we've done. Is everything else is the same. It maybe looked a bit different because I did a different amount of darks, but I had that already. There we go. I might also... Very nice, very nice. Let me just... Arm... Shoulder. Otherwise I'll lose that later. And let's get some regular tape and just make sure those bits don't get stuck and damage themselves, because these are actually paper, not card. A little bit more delicate. And yeah. See, what I want to learn, when I say that I want to get more into pattern making, I want to learn, like, because obviously I've made this, and this fits me really well. I would really like to know, like, how you're meant to resize pattern pieces like this, and go on a pattern course one day to learn how to do that, so that, say, if I was making this costume again, I could also then upload, like, you know, not necessarily a tutorial, but just, like, the pattern on how you would, like, so you could make it yourself. That's what I want to do. But I genuinely have no idea. I think I'd need to go on some kind of course to teach me how to do that. I've seen like tutorials on YouTube, but it's like it kind of shows you like how to put it. Forms that already very much exist as patterns, not really like maybe not so specifically costume stuff where it's everything's very, very exaggerated. Yeah. Because it will still need to look exaggerated regardless of the size of the person wearing it. So like someone smaller might need like slightly less exaggeration, so a larger might need slightly more, just so that they look the same size and scaling up. There you go. Nice. So this is going to be the outside. I've put away my pen, but I probably still need it actually. This is outside arm upper. There you go. Sorry, my naming conventions are not very exciting. Wait, 4 strawberries? Doing 5 hours? Oh my god, what? Heck! Nice. Nice. That's a banner question, but basically algebra. Yeah. Basically algebra. That would be a cool thing to learn, yeah. It's something I want to learn. It's all the annoying math shit we hate in the classes, but this is the thing. I actually like algebra. I like math. I mean, I'm kind of a fan of math. Don't tell maths. I don't want them to know. But like, I'm kind of like a secret fan of maths. And it was like always my best subject in school as well, probably because I enjoyed it. There you go. So now we have our under the neath piece and our over the top piece, which are actually this way around. There you go. Nice. Excuse me. I think it said patterns often to be graded by different sizes by professionals. Oh yeah, and I know they do wacky stuff too, because I learned it from fursuit makers, and because they got super padded plus suit. Yeah, I'm assuming, yeah, the same thing would be with like fursuits, wouldn't it? Where you need to keep the exaggeration regardless of the size of the person wearing it, because if they're much taller, then that exaggeration doesn't maybe need to be as high, but it'll need to be wide and all that kind of stuff. Heck yeah. Wait, my lucky bitch? What'd I do? I mean, this is a kind of waste, but how dare you? Oh, for understanding maths. Yeah, I've always had like a very mathy brain. Like, I was pretty good at maths. I took my maths 2 years early because I have maths brain, and people don't believe me when I'm like, yeah, no, I took it really early. I just never went into maths. But I did my AS maths when I was in year 10, which I think is the first level of A level in this country. Yeah, I was pretty good at maths. I wasn't the best at maths, but I was always pretty up there. Yeah, no, I had a couple friends that were better at maths than me, but I would say that I was pretty up there. Oh dear. Maths has always been one of my better subjects. Specifically quick math. Oh dear. I like the maths where you have to go really fast. Oh dear. I've got a number blind, so maths is a struggle for me. I've met a lot of people in cosplay who struggle with math. I'm just very lucky that I'm one of the people that like maths just clicks for me. The only thing that I really dislike, and I think it's because it's like you can't really write out your work. Sin, cos, and tan. Was not keen on sin, cos, and tan. Graphs as well. I can do graphs, but they're not my favorite. But algebra I loved. I'd suck up algebra. That was great. The person in question did make a version for short people and a version for tall people, and then they graded each of them, so I think it's going to work more measures going up. Yeah, I think I think for costumes, it's really important to take the height of the person into account, or the height that you're going to make yourself into account, because again, like, especially cosplay, a lot of it's about exaggerated shapes, so like, it's important. And thank you for the luck brain! The end last, welcome on in. I do too much maths at work. I just wish I get all my maths to work out on my databases. Oh dear, I probably don't really do that much. I really only do, I mean, you can see some, look at my little calculations. I scribble them on the patterns, another reason that I probably have to make them a little bit neater. But like whenever I'm like trying to work stuff out, I have them all scribbled here, and then I have those pattern pieces up here. Oh, with some needles. I have another one. Where's my last one gone? Oh, I've lost one of them. Shoot, I have to remake that. Where we've kind of like gone over this, because basically talking about the fact that like these bits in particular are all going to be smocked. Oh no, there they are. 4. Right. Okay. So I have my one. Oh, maybe it's on this side actually. Oh no, it's on this side. 1, 2, 3, and 4. I've already had to correct one of them once. Just based on like the smocking, reducing it by just over half. So I've had to times them all up by like, what was it? 1.6% or something like that. It wasn't too bad. It was more than I thought it was gonna be, but it wasn't too bad. And I've got those. So like, this is 28 by 6.5, and I have got the calculations. I don't remember exactly what it was, but I've got the calculations up to about 18 by 60. But then I'll actually add extra onto that, because for some reason the ones the edges also need like an extra. So I'll draw it out at 18 and 60 as the grid, and then I add like an extra centimeter around the whole thing, and that works. Yeah, I'm keeping these separate though, because I'll need those sooner, like, because we'll probably need those going into next week. These ones we won't need for a little while. Probably. Maybe. The start again. Whoops. Oh, Blue, go look after yourself. Get yourself a nice drink. Rest, dark room, all that good stuff. I'm only really good at maths if I have the time to understand it. At school I used to be a D student, but when I started online course I could, yeah, I think as well that because they only really teach in one specific way at schools, especially with things like math, if you don't gel with that teaching method, you're kind of just screwed. I was quite lucky in that I was a very, very, how to put it? Maths was always kind of emphasized for me growing up, so like I was always kind of doing it. And then because I was doing it a lot, I was good at it. So because I was good at it, I enjoyed it more. I think even though maths wasn't a subject that I necessarily wanted to go into at the time, because I enjoyed it, I would spend more time on it. I was okay at maths. I just could not describe how I did them. Yeah, that was one bit I really hated. I hated when you could do it in your head, but you still had to write it out. I lost marks on that the first time I took the exam because they were like, you didn't write any of your workings out, and I was like, but did I get the answer right though? But listen, if I got the answer right, why does it matter? Oh dear. I forgot. Oh god. I forgot I was on the other side of the ocean. Sorry, I was. Sometimes you look at a sentence, you're just like, how do I say that? Just enjoy that I regularly go, why is my brain acting weird and I hurt, but it removes light source. Oh yeah, that'd be it. Yeah. No, take care of yourself. Go look after yourself. If you need to leave stream, just do. You're fine. I did terribly in maths in high school, but then I got a tutor to help me every week and I got full marks in every exam. Heck yeah! Ah, dear. Yeah, I was, actually, weirdly, sort of weird fact about me, one of my lowest scores was actually in music, and I 100%ed. I 100%ed my composition, and I nearly 100%ed my performance. I got a bit nervous. That was on me. That was another one I took 2 years early, because if you do an advanced course, you take it a lot earlier so that you can start your A-levels when you're still in secondary school. I was quite lucky to go to a school that offered that, to be fair. But I actually only got a B or C, I think. No, it was a C, because it rounded me up to a B, which I was very annoyed at, in my theory, because I just didn't practice it. and I barely scraped a pass in it, and everyone was like, Jelly, you're a competitive musician. How are you, this is the thing. C is not a bad score, and I'm not trying to make it sound like it, but I was a competitive musician. I was like winning awards, doing gala concerts, stuff like that. So getting a C, and I don't think I was the lowest score, but I was nearly the lowest score. And I was like, Jelly, did you just not practice? And I was like, no. I didn't practice at all, I'm so sorry. I thought I probably know it, right? Because I was like pretty good at music already. And then I went in and I was like, I do not know it actually. I knew enough to like scrape a pass, but Yeah, not to get a good score. Fortunately, my family is very chill when it comes to grades, and they were just like, yeah, if you want to do it again, you can. And I was like, nah, I'm okay. I'm okay. I'll take my 100% in composition and take that. I did terrible in most school subjects other than art and history. I loved history. Did I take it? I can't remember. I loved it. It was not one of the subjects that I was best at, but I really enjoyed the lessons. I think it helped that I had teachers that were super, super passionate about it. So like we would do interesting lessons and stuff. So I always kind of enjoyed it, even though it wasn't like maths where I was just naturally better at it. I still enjoyed it. I'm neurospicy, and so sitting in a classroom to learn was not it. That's fair. You would have liked my music classes then. So if you were in an advanced course, they kind of just assumed you were probably pretty good. So advanced music, for instance, you had to be at least a grade 5 in one instrument to get on the course at all. So most of the people in it were like pretty talented. I think there were only 11 people in the whole year, and there was like 400 people in my year that could go on it. So, you know, we were like a bunch, and we were just left to our own devices. I had 3 years of doing whatever the heck I want. We had like, we could compose for people and invite them in and like record them and stuff like that, but there was no classroom structure. It was like you go to music for, it would be like the double lesson, so it'd be like 3 hours of it. And, you know, if you wanted to practice recording, you practice recording. You want to practice composition, you practice composition. Because it was better for most of the people to practice what they wanted to get better at than it was to like force them into a normal classroom. And they were the best lessons for me. And like, again, obviously I should have probably practiced my theory a little bit more. I did still pass, but like I should have. But I nearly 100% did both my other scores, and composition was the one that I really focused on because I wanted to be able to compose for an entire orchestra, right? So I spent 2 years learning how to compose for like lots of different instruments, and that's what I spent my time doing, and that's why I got such a high score in my composition, because that's what I had focused on. And the thing is, if I then got taken music further to like college or sixth form or whatever, there would have been more of a focus on doing that, like doing the things that are like you want to do, because it's a creative field. It's a creative field. Some people become composers, some people become musicians. I was definitely going down more the route of wanting to compose than I did perform. So yeah, it was good. I really enjoyed it. I really liked that they had advanced lessons. AS Maths was the same. I did it in school. I didn't do it in college because, again, it wasn't something I was ever going to go into. Because I was on the advanced course for maths, I took my maths 2 years early, which meant I had 2 years of doing whatever the heck I wanted in maths, which is also probably why I have a really good opinion of my maths classes, because, again, they were very free. If I had decided to take it further, there would have been many different routes of maths that I would have gone into. And so, like, I just picked whatever I wanted. And it meant that I could get really good at algebra if I wanted to. Passed chemistry, and I still don't understand how I passed chemistry because I have no idea what to do. Got an A? Hell yeah! Very good. I love history, didn't care for history in school though. We had like we were a really big school, I should say. We were a big school. We had about 300 to 400 people per year. So we were a big school. And because of that, we had like a lot of options. So there were 4 different histories you could take, and you could take more than one history if you wanted, because they'd get specific. So I took American West and medicine. So I learned more about American history, and then I also learned about the medical history, just general medical history around the world. And I took that for 3 years, and it was really interesting. But there was also one that was more based around the wars. If you wanted to go into like war history, that was one. There was another one which I think was much older history, like ancient history, and had like more of a focus on geology and stuff like that. And then there was the other one which was just a general history class. So you could like choose, and I wanted to know about medical history. I was curious. American history was cool as well, and I'm glad that I learned about it, but I was really interested in the medical history, and it was really good. I was really interested. Oh, I got to this once before I did it. Oh god, so you couldn't even make most of it for most of the time? Heck. Our class is where I first tried to come. Oh, damn it, Jason. My mum was incredibly hardcore, me getting the best grades I could. See, that's what I didn't have, and I think not having the pressure to do well made me feel like a lot better. I was also quite a disciplined child. Like, I would go home and do my homework basically every single day. So I didn't need a lot of prodding from my family, but also that my family didn't push me too much in any particular direction meant I had like a lot of freedom to experiment, which was nice. Not that so much. Hell yeah, my music classes were fantastic. I had such a good time. Also, if you were on advanced music, you got free music lessons in school if you wanted them, which is why I did 3 years of singing lessons, because the rest of it, I only wanted to learn how to compose and write, so like I didn't want to take like a full violin lesson just to like, because I didn't want to play violin. I wanted to learn how to write for violin, so I did singing because it was the most useful to me. And I did 3 years of singing. Also, Anime, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. My brother had a degree in composition and he's small studio in our house. I love composition. I've always really enjoyed it, and transposition as well, taking things from one instrument to another, really fun. I remember my mum being pissed because I stayed after chemistry instead of a class I was failing, and me basically having to explain that chemistry was a black hole. Oh dear. Yeah, I was very lucky with my family, I think. We learned about American West. If I took history, I would have learned about the American West. It was like in geography. In GCSE, I learned about waterfalls and rivers. In A-level, I learned about waters and rivers and also oceans. Oh, God. Yeah, geography was one. I liked my teacher, but I couldn't get very excited about it. And, like, I kind of wish that I could have, but the stuff they were talking about, I was always just kind of like, it's cool. It's not really for me, but it's cool. I think if they talked more about around the world, which I would have thought what geography was, maybe I would have found it more interesting. But that was kind of more history for us. I was a massive people pleaser as a kid, in recovery now, but still a struggle. So then my mum had the best intentions. It definitely gave me incredible anxiety. Yeah, I know a few. Again, I was very, very fortunate that I was just allowed to exist, and you know, they would push me if I wasn't studying a little bit, but like not really, honestly. And that was only really when I was in primary school. I was a pretty I liked my routine. Listen, I had my routine, and that was to go home, do like my homework. The only thing that I think my parents weren't ready for, and I think a lot of parents aren't ready for, if your kid goes into art homework is long. Like, they'd be like, you've been doing homework for 8 hours now, and it's like, yeah, that's because there's art homework. Art homework takes hours. Like, I think a lot of people see art as the easy way out of like, oh, I don't want to do a lot of work, so I'll do art, right? Completely coursework based. Like, it takes so long. Oh my God. And like, both me and my siblings all did art. And so we... like, when we were doing work, they'd be like, oh my God, they've been working for like 8 hours now. Should we check on them? Are they okay? And that's when I got into watching like live streams for the first time, because my art coursework was so goddamn long. And it was long in school. In school it was long, and then when you go to college, and I did a BTEC in art, oh my God, it was long. You do so much, and it's like, it's never finished. It's finished when you say it's finished, which means you could be finished after 2 hours, or you could be finished after 20, and it's, oh my God. I know someone who's about to go do an A-level in art, and they were told at their when they were doing their interview, it'd be about 8 hours outside of it, and I was like, they're lying to you. It's not 8 hours. They say 8 hours because that's a normal amount, where it's like you do just over an hour a day, but that's not reality. Reality is it's not 8 hours. You will do a lot more than 8 hours outside just to get like the bare minimum in. There's so much coursework. If you were doing art, there is so much coursework. Oh dear. A-level, any moment I was at school, I was in an art studio. Yeah, it's a constant. And also there's all the like extra stuff as well. Like, are you doing life drawing? If you're doing life drawing, that's an extra 4 hours of your week gone every single week, not including your coursework. That's just an extra thing. Oh dear. I was always really checking if I did my homework, but they never really had it, so I could always finish it in class. So it's pretty useless to ask. I remember once there was a piece based on a bird song. It's like, oh my God, different melody, line, shapes, and colours. So the idea is that the players would have buckets. Oh, that's really cool. Honestly, I was never that creative. Like, there were a few people in my class with composition that were so creative. I was like, I want to try writing like background music for video games and stuff like that, because I already enjoyed video games. I like grew up on Final Fantasy, and Final Fantasy has such a good OST. So I was like that kind of interested in music. So like my stuff didn't often sound that inspired, but somebody in my class wrote an entire piece around B, just B, the letter B, like. And it was ridiculously good. Like, you would think it'd be kind of boring because, like, you know, it's the note B, but like the whole piece was based around the note B, and you could see it consistently coming back to B and using B as a movement, and on all the different instruments as well. It was ridiculously good, and I think they also got full marks for their composition. But like, when I heard theirs comparatively to mine, I was like, we both wrote good pieces, but theirs was so inspired, and like that's a real challenge as well. I remember walking to my final exam, 15 hours, baby, and by the rest of my classmates hotboxed in their car after pulling a full night, to finish their coursework. That literally, the only reason I've watched all 3 movies for Lord of the Rings is because me and my friends, when we had a deadline coming the next day, were like, listen, we'll do a watch along for, or watch-a-thon or whatever it's called for like the Lord of the Rings extended movies, and we'll just do our coursework at the same time, and we did. So that we get it all in for the next day. Yeah, the idea that you only do 8 hours of coursework outside the week, maybe for the first couple of topics, but then like very quickly it escalates. Me cook today, I have to cook tomorrow. Why do humans need food? Because eating is fun. I love eating. He was also going to do an experimental album based on the moons of Neptune, where all the typically based on the speed of... That's very cool, actually. Again, I love that kind of stuff. I think it's really, really cool. I would still love to do more composition, but I have such bad stage fright these days, I don't know how I'd ever, like, show it. Excuse me. It's really annoying as well because I have no excuse for having stage fright. It just came out of nowhere. Just one day I woke up and now I have stage fright. I had no bad experiences with playing on stage in front of people. In fact, I always really enjoyed it. And then one day I woke up and now I have stage fright. And like I had it really badly as well. I can barely play through a song from start to finish because I'll end up shaking so hard that I can't physically play. Like it went from 0 to 100. Also, I am going to keep going. Sorry, this is going to end up being the bottom of the sleeve. It will need to be ironed so that I have like these creases in. But I am not going to bother because I know what this is going to look like and I've done this before and it looks good. The only thing that I'm not sure about is whether I want to open at the top. But I'm thinking no. Just for like, because it doesn't suit really the character. Oh dear. Me. Today I cooked eggs Benedict. You can make eggs Benedict? That's a skill. Because you have to make like a hollandaise sauce, don't you, for eggs Benedict? That's cool. Heck yeah, Jason. I had stage fright, says a streamer who walked on stage in front of thousands of people. Yeah, but I was shaking so hard. Like, if you've not seen it before, surprise. Like, when I lift my hand up, look at my hand. I was vibrating on that stage. Like, I was trying so hard to hold it together, but like, look at my hand shaking. Like, my whole arm is like, grrr. When I like lift my hand up, it's just, I can't stop shaking. I like shook the whole time I was on stage. I will say I had a really, really good time on stage, and like I was very, very nervous, but I wasn't like upset or anything. But like, God, I was vibrating. Poach decks are also hard. Exactly. Yeah. Screwed up the first time, but you got it perfect the second time. That's a really, that's very heckin' impressive, Jason. To be fair, you did kick. No, I didn't. Honestly, like I heard everyone talking about that afterwards. Like, oh, one of the cosplayers stepped on like a cable. I literally watched one of the staff run past and knock down a metal beam, and like they trying to be like, you one of the cosplayers. You literally knocked down a massive metal beam. There's no way that didn't cause any damage, and we all watched you do it. Not that I think it was their fault, like, you know, Evan was rushing around behind the stage making sure that everything was okay, but like, trying to act like it was one of us, no, we stayed completely still. Like, we went to our section and we stayed there, whereas the cameramen and like the staff were like sprinting around. And yeah, one of them knocked a metal beam around. It wasn't next to me, it was next to Jumika. And like, it was a big metal beam as well. Like, it nearly smashed the television up. Like, it was very close. It was also very close to Jumika. And that's when I think it cut out. Like, based on, like, we just got off stage, so I think that's when it cut out. Oh, dear. I could never have done that, though. You were very brave. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was very, very nervous. But I think brave, personally, it's like, if you're nervous and you still do it anyway, you're more brave for doing the thing. Yeah, personally. But maybe that's just me coping. Oh dear, that's the funny thing, she couldn't. Yeah, I can't. I often make cosplays though. I talked about this yesterday. It's a personal decision. I like to cover my eyes in cosplays if I know they're going to be on stage. That's why, like, the cosplays that I've been looking at, like the molded, have like a face mask. Like the one from Silent Hill covers the top of my eyes, and like this one also covers my eyes because I have a problem with flashing lights. And even though most conventions do actually ban flashing lights just for safety reasons, like because obviously there are people who are very susceptible to having issues because of flashing lights, unfortunately some people still do it. And so just to be safe and so that I don't have like a bad convention experience, normally I cover my eyes with my cosplay so that if somebody takes a snap where they haven't asked and they use flash, I'm normally okay. Yeah. I've done that for years though. Like that's just a common thing for me at this point, is we cover our eyes. Because, you know, most people can be trusted, but it only takes one person. I should say as well, just to be very, very clear, I don't have epilepsy, but I do have migraines that start as soon as you do a flashing light. So like, I don't want to be in that kind of state at a convention. And also, it means that like I have to leave pretty much immediately after somebody does that to me. So it makes the convention a lot less fun. Yeah. And if someone was to do it to me on stage and I did get like a big blind spot, that would be kind of a problem. So I tend to cover my face. Oh dear, it's very sad that this stream stopped when I was excited to see who won. Yeah, I know. But like, again, I can't even like blame anyone. Everyone was trying really hard behind the scenes to make it a good show, and then it happens, especially when you're rushing, just knocked into something. MC at Birmingham in November, cosplay had a major seizure because a photographer nearby was using a flashing camera and refused to stop. Yeah, see, this is the thing, I'm pretty sure it is banned at most places. Like, you're not allowed to do flash inside or do flash without consent and stuff like that, because like you can kill people. Like it sounds very dramatic, but like when you drop and you're shaking, you hit your head, you die. Like you hit your head badly and that's it. You can really hurt yourself, especially falling from a standing position. I think people underestimate how much damage you can do to yourself from going down suddenly, and yeah, it's very, very dangerous. So, I don't want to be like, oh yeah, I recommend, because you know, we're covering your face, because you should never have to. Like, you shouldn't have to. You shouldn't have to worry about that kind of safety. But there are people out there who do not care, and like, yeah, it's a shame. It really is a shame. Oh dear. Totally fair. I've had sensory issues. Yeah, I mean, if you have sensory issues as well, there's like no reason to make it harder for yourself. Like, if, say, for instance, if you're someone who likes wearing what do you call them, noise cancelling headset, you can like see the moon thing that I've designed. You could literally design your cosplay headdress to have noise cancelling headphones inside. Like, there's so many ways, especially if you're making your own cosplay, that you can make it suited for you personally, and you don't necessarily even have to compromise on design half the time. You can just, you know, you're like, well, I've got this headpiece, I'm just gonna put noise cancelling pads in it. That way, you know, when I'm wandering around the convention, if I'm someone who would normally prefer, especially in busy places, to have that, well, there you go, I have it. The freedom of making one's own costumes. It's pretty good. There you go. MCM said it has strobe lighting and they didn't ask us. Ooh. But then that doesn't surprise me. That doesn't surprise me. Again, like, a lot of people really don't think about it, or they don't think that it's going to be that bad. And it's not until you watch someone have a fit that you're like, oh yeah, actually, no, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. They really, like, I think a lot of people think it's like a, slow faint. No, it's like, drop. It's so quick. And you don't get any warning, and again, if you're on a hard floor and you hit your head, yeah, it's bad. It's bad. It's really bad. Oh dear. It's the same reason as well, like, I don't know if I want to bring this drama up now, actually. So I do not have a fainting disorder anymore, but when I was on one of my migraine medications, I did, and I fainted a lot. And I had very violent fainting attacks. So like, it wasn't like I feel a bit faint, I'm going to faint. It was I'm doing well, and now I'm on the floor. And it would be like, there would be no warning. And I also had very violent muscle spasms while I fainted, so I'd often sit somewhere bashing my head against a wall kind of thing. And I wouldn't necessarily realize that I was doing it, or I wouldn't realize until I'd woken up, or that Shiny had found me. And it was pretty bad, and I got to the stage of like, I had given myself concussion one too many times from like suddenly dropping, that I came off that medication. And that's why I ended up having to go further, because otherwise that medication did actually help with my migraines. It's just the side effects were like, to the dramatic of absolutely not. And it was around the same time that there was a fainting trend on TikTok, where people would do things to make themselves faint. And I cannot say how much I hated that trend, because you should never, if you can avoid it, you should never make yourself faint, ever. Even if you think you're safe, even if you think you're doing it in a soft space, you should never Never. Literally. It takes away, like, when you do stuff like that, it makes it seem like it's not as dangerous as it actually is. I mean, fainting is something people have laughed at for a long time. It's like, oh, you had a silly faint. But if you are consistently fainting and you are consistently hitting your head, you can die young. Like, it is so much more dangerous than people give it credit for. And I think there are a lot of trends on TikToks which kind of highlight diseases and disorders and stuff like that, which can be really, really positive. I think making yourself faint is not one of them. I think it is, I stood against it so firmly. And I think it's the only TikTok trend that I can remember that I was really firmly against. Sonny, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Because yeah, it basically made something that is a very dangerous disorder not look that bad. And also, by the way, we have a sleeve attached now. Not that you can see half of it, but it is there. It is there. We have a whole arm here. Oh dear. Oh. I'm hungover? Oh no! I hope get some oily foods in ya. Get some drink, get some water and some oil. Drink some oil? Don't drink some oil. Oh dear. Ben Comic Con to stop using strobe lighting, yeah. Or at least warn people, like, yeah. I'm starting to see things online and they should have epilepsy warning on that, yeah. A lot of people are pretty good about it. There is a small group of people that are not, but most people are pretty good. On Twitch, people are really good with it. I went to PAX Souls last year because I had to remember the day because people asking me there and it's loud and I constantly carried noise. Yeah. Like, if there's something that you need, you can literally design that into your costume. And I, like, would honestly recommend giving it a go if you are making your own costume. Like, just give it a go. If it doesn't work, you could bring them with you anyway. But, like, I'll often design stuff, like, you know, like having masks, having my eyes covered and stuff into my costumes because that, for me, is creating my own accessibility. It shouldn't have to, but, like, you know, sometimes you do. 2-2, Sonny, by the way. It's so dangerous. Backing out, it is. It's really, really dangerous. And like, it's so much more dangerous than people think it is. And it's really frustrating when people like minimize it. In 2020, I was on a busy tube in London and my blood pressure got so low, I had a whiteout. My vision fading away to white from the edges until I passed out. Only because I didn't fall was because it was shoulder to shoulder busy and it was very, very scary. Yeah, I have fainted quite a lot, and I have been lucky that I haven't fainted too often in public, but fainting in public leaves you so vulnerable, so vulnerable, and like you really do have to rely on like the kindness of people around you, to not just like step on you as well. Like people do be doing stuff like that. It looks really good, thank you. Drink some crude oil, there you go. Good advice. I went to celebrate the internship and ended up having 12 Sambuca shots and oh my god, Sonny. Please look after yourself today. Get yourself some good food. Eat something. I need a pocket in my cosplay because, oh yeah, pockets is a really good one. Having just a pocket somewhere. I'm going to design a bag for mine because, why not? But yeah, having a bag or a pocket, heck yeah. Games this season is really hard one, so I don't like that it's trending on TikTok. Yeah, I think there's a difference between showing it like you know, there are people on TikTok who do, and I don't think it's everyone, who do really good content around conditions, and they talk about the stuff that they avoid or like how it affects them daily and stuff like that. And there's like a lot of really good content about it, and it's not just educational content, it's people speaking from their own experiences, and that can be really positive. But it's when you do stuff that are like, I'm going to give myself a seizure right now, and it's like, why? That's not good for anyone, you know. I did get a pretty good idea, so that, oh yeah, like a designer bag. I'm gonna make the Porter hoodie reporting for hoodie. That's what I'm gonna be making for it, because yeah, it's a backpack that already exists in the universe, so I'll make Porter hoodie. I've only fainted once and it was the scariest thing, yeah. I haven't fainted for a while, thankfully. I hate fainting, and you know, it makes you feel rough for a while afterwards as well, which always sucks. You just feel ill. But like, yeah, I haven't fainted for a while, and if I never fainted again, that'd be great. I would like to never faint again. I used to faint when I was a teenager, because low blood pressure, which I think is pretty common in teenage girls. Like when I went to the doctors about it, they were like, yeah, unfortunately a lot of teenage girls do just get low blood pressure. And then as an adult, it was because of medication. And the ones I had as a teenager were rough. And again, they happened kind of out of nowhere sometimes, but they weren't too bad. The ones I had on medication were the really, really violent ones where like I would like nosedive to the ground. There'd be no warning. Like most of the time when Shiny found me as well, it'd be like a while after. Like it would take me a while to come back. And yeah, it was pretty intense. Pretty intense. Like, I think a good example was the time where I went downstairs to make a cup of tea and I fainted after I must have poured the water into my cup and then I immediately fainted. And because when I got up, the water wasn't hot anymore. So feel like I just had a tea bag like stewing. Oh dear. I've never fainted knockabout. I'm glad I never fainted. Like, good luck. I hope everyone, if everyone in chat never has to faint ever again, that would be good. Yeah. Fingers crossed for all of you. Dear. Let's switch back. I think the next bit then. I mean, I could remake that. There's a lot of pan making to do, to be honest, but I'm like, I don't want to go onto the doublet because I kind of want to do that from the book. Oh, actually, I can show you my book again. I love this book. It's such a good book. Anyone who is interested in making slightly more historical, specifically like more the ones I'm looking at doing, this is a lovely book. Really, really lovely. Amazonia, I think you would like this book if you don't have it already. Maybe Luna, but you do predominantly women's clothing, and this is more specifically men's clothing, but it's a nice book, and I was waiting for it to arrive, and it finally arrives. You don't have. All right, so this book takes certain garments of clothing, and it breaks it down into its components. I can actually read it a bit more today as well, which is good. If I say take this one as an example, it breaks it down into its components. It shows you like the pieces of pattern, like pattern pieces, and how they would have drafted them. It talks about the materials each layer is made of. So like for instance here we have crimson silk taffeta, cork linen, crimson silk grosgrain, baleen strip, and then the pattern keys just go through that. So it goes through all of those layers and how they all go together, and then it does a step-by-step to how they would have sewn them and how they would have attached it all together, all color-coded and stuff like that, and then what the piece like looks like, which is kind of covered, I'm sorry, there you go. You can kind of see it. So pictures of like how the piece comes together and how it turns up and all that kind of stuff. It also has an index near the beginning for all the stitches you use. It references that quite a lot. Oh yeah, it has like x-rays of some of them as well, which is cool. So you can like see the layers of the design. Very, very cool. Yeah, like it references all of these stitches a lot because these are stitches that are used in the pieces it goes through. So basically, it takes like a piece of clothing and it's like, and this is how you make this very specific piece of clothing. It's pretty hecking cool. And like, yeah, it gives you examples of all of it and like the threads and the detailing and then all the pattern pieces and then putting it together and it's like nice keys. It's pretty cool and it does it with several different items. So like, I think this bit's the cape. At the back, yeah, that's the cape. It shows all like the nice detailing and stuff. It's really cool. I love this book. I knew what it was when I was getting it. I've just been waiting for it. But yeah, there's a really cool X-ray piece somewhere, but I don't remember where it was like kind of a thicker one. I thought it was this one. Maybe it's not. Also, it has all of the technical terminology, which means I might actually say things correctly for once. I feel like it was... Oh, maybe it doesn't. Maybe I've imagined it. Oh yeah, it has a hat as well. It has the hat as well, if you want to make the hat. Oh heck, Springy! Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, you want to check on the ducks? We can absolutely check on the ducks. I'll take we're starting soon because we're not... Oh my god, why are we under the water? Heck! Alright, come on. Why are we under the water? Here are the ducks. Here they all are. They're all doing good. It's nighttime, but they're all pretty good, I think. They're pretty good ducks. Oh, how do they tell people who pretended to have Tourette's? Oh, yeah. So here's the thing, and I do stand very much with this. It's frustrating, and hearing people talk about their experiences can be a really good thing. I don't want to be someone who fake claims people. As someone who also has a predominantly invisible disorder, it would be very, very, very hypocritical of me to start fake claiming people. But yeah, it's frustrating people who minimize the effect of
Quack,
the
quack,
disorder.
quack, quack.
Whack, 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 whack. Ducks! Here are the ducks! Here are ducks! Oh dear, we have so many ducks. Whack, 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 whack. Yeah, so I won't be someone who's like, oh yeah, they're definitely faking or they're doing this or they're doing this. And I wouldn't do it for migraines or any other condition as well that I might be more familiar with, because you do rely on people's goodwill a lot of the time. But yeah, I think faking disorders is, you often as well, the misspread, I think rather than faking disorders, I don't like how people misspread information, yeah, about disorders. Or speak as if their experiences are the only way to experience a disorder. I think that I'm not keen on. More specifically, yes. Where did you find yourself? Honestly, I can't even find myself half the time in here. I have a duck. I just never see it. It exists. I don't know where. I'm waiting for the dynamic camera to take over, but it's not taking over just yet. As someone with a lot of fake disorders, like, that irks me a lot. Yeah, it does irk me knowing that people say it, do it, and kind of profit off it. But I'm also, I'm never going to be someone who fake claims. I'm never going to be someone, I don't ever want to become someone who does that either. As much as it's frustrating that it happens, how to put it? It's difficult to explain, but because I would hope that despite the stuff that happens on some social medias, that you wouldn't treat people claiming to have those disorders differently. Yeah. I was saying on stream yesterday that I love that I could tell when you'd gone live on the stream because you're playing ducks pop up. Heck yeah! As soon as I'm about to go live, I load up my ducks. True. Or VTube Studio, one or the other. I think it does depend which one I load first, as to which one pops up first. Yeah. I don't know, I have a lot of conflict. It's a very nuanced topic, faking disorders and stuff like that. It's much newer, and yeah, it's a very nuanced discussion. I don't think it's a very easy one to talk about without going into a lot of detail. This is super cool. Oh, it's on Steam. It's called Placid Plastic Duck Simulator. Placid Plastic Duck Simulator. I've got all the DLC, which is why I've got so many ducks. But like, you can just buy the standard. It's like a couple quid on Steam. It's very, very cheap, and it's just you watch them. You just watch the ducks. You can't do anything with them. The only thing you can do is make them quack. They live on their own. They do their own thing. Who is that over there? Wait, how does this always happen? There's like someone, Jason. Okay, I know you can get back, but May, how did this happen? Why are you down there? Oh dear. Yeah, they do escape sometimes. There's someone over here as well. Oh, how did you get over here? What did you do? That's so far out. Oh dear. Most of them are okay. Oh, I have Rock Simulator? Yeah, you know what? It probably is kind of similar to that. Oh dear. There we go. I don't like it either when people fake stuff because it's already hard for people to take me seriously. Yeah, it's like, that's why I'm always like, even though it happens, and I'm going to acknowledge, that people do fake disorders for clout, which is a weird thing to do, but people do. I think the main takeaway is just to try not to let it cloud your judgment with other people, especially real people in your life. Like, you know, if someone in your life comes up to you and they're like, I just got diagnosed with Tourette's, that's why I've been twitching and stuff like that. Don't immediately be like, you bugger, you're doing it for clout, how could you? Like, try and treat people normally. It's annoying and it's a shame, but it is what it is, you know? Like, I am quite fortunate in that, like, migraines isn't really a trendy thing to have. I think it's the vomit, to be honest. I think disorders where you vomit tend to not be, like, super trendy. People don't like that. Also, I might just quickly do some crochet. I might get some crochet stuff done. And practice that a little bit because we're having a nice discussion and I can kind of do that in the background. But yeah, like, try not to treat people in your real life shitty because of stuff that's happened online that has nothing to do with them. Yeah. And if you can, not immediately disbelieve people, even if you've seen people fake it, that would normally be the best way to go. Yeah. I just had to stop crochet. Oh, your wrist is playing up. Yeah, I've been thinking, to be fair, like for the same sort of reasons, I should probably get an ergonomic one that is a 1mm. A 1mm ergonomic sounds like a pretty good idea right now. Oh dear. Which I haven't, but I probably should. Oh dear. Yay, crochet! Heck yeah! Rocking is interesting. You can change the backgrounds where you rock it is, and that's about it. Hell yeah. I know people who would try and perhaps instead of my exit ticks because they thought it was funny to see them punch themselves in the face. Yeah, I do know someone with Tourette's, and I'm not going to talk about it too much because that is their story and not my story, and I don't want to be here like talking about someone else like that, especially a friend. The thing that's always really upset him is that most of the people online display their cute tics. The cute ones, the ones where they go beep boop, the ones, and it's not to say that those aren't tics. They absolutely are, and they can be, and people can get ones like that. But his experience is that he doesn't get to do just cute tics. His experience is that he hits people and that he threatens people. He threatens strangers. And when you're a man threatening strangers, that can put you in a lot of danger, especially when it's not something you can help. And like, you know, panicking about it often makes it worse. His experience is not going around going beep boop. His experience is saying quite awful and threatening things to people that get him in trouble, that make it difficult for him to work, and stuff like that. It's not cute. It's not cute. Yeah, I think that's the thing that bothers him, is like people always show the cute side, and without trying to stereotype too much, it's always young women wearing pastel clothing or not looking that threatening. When someone 6 foot comes up to you and says, "I'm gonna kill you," it's a very different reaction, and it's not the, "Oh, we always support you, Queen." It's the, "I'm calling the police," and like, it doesn't help Tourette's really be understood any better. Yeah. Like, you know, because people aren't, I'm sure, like, again, I'm sure it's not fun to have cute tics or like sweeter tics or more palatable tics, but people aren't normally discriminating against you based on that as much. Whereas, yeah, when people have like aggressive tics and stuff like that, there's no niceness for them. There's no, "Oh, you know, you're fine, don't worry about it." It's different, and it is frustrating as someone's friend as well to see it be like that, where it's like, I know my friend will never get the same like kindness that a lot of these people online get, and yeah. And I don't think there's anything wrong with only showing the best parts of your life, because like that is kind of what social media is. You choose what you show, so showing the best parts of that. But it is frustrating that Tourette seems to get like, "Oh yeah, it's these specific things," where it's like, it's a pretty intense range of things that people can say and do. And most of the time, the experience that I've had with people with Tourette's, it's not very sociably acceptable. We'll put it like that. It's not sociably acceptable things that they say and do. Ah, dear. Oh my god, a crochet axolotl. That does sound cute as hell. Oh, they're gonna finish drawing? You're fine. Good luck with your drawing. Whenever someone in class does it, because I can't help but laugh at it. I don't mean to make fun of them, but it does feel like it. I mean, you can always ask the person how they feel about it. Like, some people are very, very self-conscious about it, and so like somebody laughing might make them feel worse. But if some people don't care at all, like person to person, or people at different points in their journey, I would say if it's something you're concerned about, just ask. Just ask, how do you feel about people laughing at your tics? And if they say, "Hell yeah, you know what, it makes me really uncomfortable," well then you stop. And if people say like, "Oh yeah, you know, I'm fine with it, I also laugh at them," then that's fine. You know, it's the same thing as like, in my mind, it's the same as with anything. You ask. If you're not sure what someone's pronouns are, you ask, and then you respect their decision. If you're not sure how someone feels about you laughing at their tics, you ask, and then you respect that decision. It's just like a friendly thing to do. Ah, dear. Tourette's is a scary thing. I have to, but I hate people beep. You find it cute and funny, and when I have big sets, it's like, "What's wrong with you?" And it's upsetting, yeah. Like, you won't get the same kindness. Zombies and movies set off by tics, which my best friend finds funny as hell. See, I think I've been on a bit of a journey, and it's not my journey really, but like with people that I know that had Tourette's, there was a time where we would laugh, and everyone would laugh, and they would laugh. I can't laugh anymore. I can't laugh at their tics anymore. Like, I can't. They don't laugh. Nobody laughs. Nobody who knows them laughs. Even if they're funny tics, even if they're cute tics, because they're destroying his life. And it doesn't matter if it's cute. Like, it doesn't matter if it's funny. Because it's just a reminder. Like, every time they tic, it's a reminder that they are struggling. And things have changed. And it's been a long time since I met them. But things changed. And we don't laugh at it anymore. And it's not because they've asked us to stop, it's just, it doesn't feel right to laugh at it, you know? And it doesn't feel funny either. But obviously that's one experience, and like many people will feel different, and like they won't have that same response. But I think that's mainly how our friend group's gone, is like, when there weren't consequences and when the stuff was cute or didn't really upset anyone, it's different. But now that it's having horrible life effects on them and preventing them from going outside or preventing them from doing this, that, and the other, it's like, you know, every time they tick, even if it's a small one, it's just a reminder of like something they have to live with. And yeah, I can't laugh. I can't laugh. But that's my experience, and that's my experience with that person. I think if I met somebody else with Tourette's, I probably would struggle to unremember how this has gone down, you know? Yeah. But this is the thing, everybody has very different experiences, and there's not like a right or a wrong way of approaching something like Tourette's. It's more everyone's personal boundaries. Let her draw eyes? Heck yeah. Honestly, you can teach me. I could do silly cartoony eyes, and that's about it. If anybody ever wanted a serious pair of eyes, I don't think I'm up to the challenge. Oh dear. I did ask, and I always feel so. Oh, okay, there you go. I did feel sorry, and that's fine with it, but I still feel a bit bad. I mean, if they're fine with it, like a lot of people laugh at like the stuff going on in their life as like a coping mechanism. If that's something they're fine with, if they're like, hell yeah, laugh along with me. I laugh too. Yeah, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You're just going along with what they want. It's only if they'd been like, yeah, I don't like it, that it would be a bit different, right? Oh dear. Jeez, welcome on in, Giraffe. I hope you're doing well. That is quite a horn. We do have quite a horn here. We have quite the strong horn in this channel. Ah dear. I could do, yeah, Shifty's great at serious eyes. Like, look at those second serious eyes right there. Oh dear. Yeah, honestly, being able to draw noses as well. Anyone who can draw a serious nose, I can draw a spot with highlight on it. I don't know how people draw serious noses. How the hell do you do that? Oh, she gets, oh, you ask your friend if you're okay every single time? That's fair, that's very fair. I asked my friend how she gets the so even, and she was like, mirror tool. Honestly, fair. I don't want to describe my hat channel. How do you remember these, Zay? Jesus Christ. How are you better than me at remembering my own goddamn quotes? Very impressive. I could do the L nose or the cloud. Yeah, me too. I think our nose level's about the same, right, Shifty? Where we could both do like a simple nose, but as soon as somebody wants something more complicated, it's like, absolutely not. Three friends who have tics which set off by Tourette's. We bounce off each other for a while and calm down. People find it funny. Learn to have conversations through our tics. Heck yeah. I'm glad. Oh dear, I have a quote list bookmark that would explain it. It's like, how the hell are you managing this? Even I wouldn't remember. I know quote 25. I know quote 69 because it's very underwhelming. And that's about, oh, I know the first quote. And that's about it, I think. Damn! Any fish scared today? Honestly, I came in with the Kenny scene and I was already like, Oh dear. I hope you had a good stream though. No, you're Jester now. Only silly noses. Oh dear. I can draw eyes, but only normal expression or happy. Oh yeah, I have no idea how someone draws angry eyes. You can see that I've tried my best with this one, but like, it's not exactly an angry eye. It's more just like when I narrow them, they look angry. How many quotes? They're too many. 69 is underwhelming. 69 is very underwhelming because 69 is when we had it that anyone could quote and everyone was racing to try and get 69. So people quoted stuff that was kind of shit, to be honest. And just so that they could say that they got the number. Oh my god!
Hey there, how are you feeling today? It's amazing to see you today.
Oh.
Smiley face.
Smiley face. Mr. Bargains, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. We're good. Actually, yeah, damn man, Mr. Bargains. Do you want to see? Look at this. Look at that arm. Looking pretty close to our reference, right? We're getting there. I have made a slight pattern alteration that you won't be able to see in this because I haven't remade it. I don't think I need to. It's just so that this bit under the arm is a bit smaller. So this will be more like up here. But otherwise, that's a pretty good jacket pattern right there. I'm pretty happy. Can't draw scary expression. They always look cute to me. Yeah, and I'm also like, I'm not very good at anything even vaguely serious. I can do like jokey expressions, but not serious ones. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. That was very loud. Angry eyes are wide, but had the top inner line corner squished by the lower eyebrow. Oh, okay. Excuse me, sorry. I'm trying to look angry. The arm swole. In it though. In it swole. Heck yeah. I'm very pleased with it. It's bulky. Thank you for the screech. That looks amazing, thank you. Always cute no matter what I draw. I guess that's my art. And to be fair though, yeah, everyone does have a different art style. Everyone has a different art style. Nothing wrong with that. Yeah, it might be on a timer. I'm sorry. The timer, it struck again. And thank you. Oh yeah, double hick also has a timer. It's a shame because I do double hick relatively often these days, but you have to wait to add the second one. And damn! Thank you so much for the watch streak. Heck yeah! Even though I've been like going every day this week, I don't know how people manage to get a watch streak in my channel, to be honest. But I do appreciate it. It's very heckin' kind of you. Oh dear. Also, I should move the camera over a bit because my arms naturally want to rest like over there. I just don't really want to show you my keyboard. Keep, get out of there. There you go. I should probably put it here because this is where I'm comfortable resting my arms. Go. Oh. Dear. Yeah, one day I'd like to get better at it. That's one thing, because I don't draw. I've been drawing quite a lot recently, actually. I've been trying to do one drawing every single day, which is actually going pretty well so far. I've been pretty good. There's been 1 or 2 days I've missed, but most of the time I've done one drawing every single day. Some of them have been digital and some of them on paper. I think more of them have been on paper than digital. But yeah, I've been getting there. But I think art is a slow improvement process. It takes quite a while. I sometimes explore my craft room slightly before starting the art because but to be fair though, okay, when you have the piles of fabric on your floor, what are your stream acoustics like? I bet they're pretty good. I learned this recently, that covering the floor with fabric makes your stream acoustics a little bit better. Also, I can make my acoustics better if I cover like my my mic with a blanket and then put it over my head, but also I would then be streaming with a blanket over my head, which I don't really want to do. But it would make my mic sound better. Oh dear. Congratulations! I can't remember, what am I being congratulated on? Is it the drawings? Heck yeah. Doesn't make for a couple. Zay, you're just not allowed to get the quote out? What the heck? It is quite a long timer, to be fair. Yes, the art. Thank you. Yeah, I've been trying to keep up with it because I genuinely want to improve in art. Like, it's something that I don't give a lot of time to because I spend so much time sewing and doing crafts and stuff like that. But I genuinely want to get better at it. Like, I want to improve. I want to get back to the level I used to be at more because I used to do a lot of art. And I wouldn't say that I was ever the best, but I had some genuine skill. And like, I was pretty good at drawing realism back in the day. But like, it's been such a long time since I've done stuff like that I'm just very, very out of practice, to be honest. It's very, very out of practice. What you capping me for, huh? What's that capper for? Oh dear. Oh! I fucked it off, but it's fine. What? There you go. We're back. Oh, is it Zay? Okay, cool. You cap a Zay or you like. Oh dear. Oh, you know the quote. Oh, okay. I don't remember. It's been too long. Oh dear. Okay. Yeah, no, I genuinely want to improve in art. But it's one of those things. It just takes a really, really long time. Totally understand why a lot of people don't have the time to do that kind of thing. Oh dear. Oh, it's that one. No, we're not glad Dem isn't here. And Dem's been here for 3 streams in a row, which is very impressive. Because that would be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week, right? Very impressive. Yeah, I probably do need to take a day off this week at some point, but I keep planning things, so I don't exactly know when we're taking a day off. I'll try and work something out so I take at least one day off. What will probably happen is I'll just have a migraine that will stop me streaming one day, but I want to do the tutorial stream, which I don't know if I'll do that tomorrow or Friday. Probably tomorrow, to be honest. I want to do that, and then we have an Animal Crossing stream I want to do this week. We have the Crafty Coffee morning on Sunday, and I want to do more cosplay stuff, but maybe I'll have to hold off on that so that I can have a break one day. Oh dear. Oh, and I do have the stuff that I can't talk about just yet behind the scenes, but that'll probably be next week we'll do that. Maybe? Oh god. I mean, it's a nice position. There's so much that I want to do. That's a good position to be in. My drawing skill has really regressed since I picked up crochet and now cross stitch about half a year, and I kind of just stopped drawing. But this is the thing, is like, that's fine. Like, as long as you're having a good time doing what you're doing, it doesn't matter. Like, this took me a really long time to get my head around, because I used to do classical guitar like a lot. Like, I used to do competitive level classical guitar. I'd done all my grades. Or had I actually? I don't know if I'd done the last one. I was up to grade A. But I'd done my grades, I was competing, and like, I just stopped playing. I just stopped playing. And like, I felt so guilty because I'd learned for like 10, no, longer than that. It was like 15 years of practice and learning classical guitar and competing and getting to like be one of the best in my field kind of thing. And then I stopped, and I felt such intense guilt about having just stopping playing that it kind of made me scared to go and pick it up again, because I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I did that. I can't believe I spent 15 years learning something and getting really, really good at something just to drop it. And I felt so guilty, so guilty. But I don't feel guilty about it anymore, because you know what, it's something that I can always pick up and I can have a fun time with. I have amazing memories with classical guitar, like the memories of competing, of winning, of like being up against people that I thought were much better than me and then coming out on top and like practicing and practicing and practicing to get to that level. Like, I have so many really, really good memories with that hobby that it doesn't make me feel, I guess, guilty anymore, that it's not something that I'm as focused on. Yeah, but it took me a really long time to get to that, because I was honestly terrified to pick up my classical guitar just to see how much my skills had regressed. Because it's like, it felt like I'd wasted my family's money, that I had wasted my own time, that I'd wasted people's hard work in teaching me, and like, yeah, I had like a lot of guilt. But like, the thing is, it's like, you know, it doesn't change the fact that it's something that I still loved and I had an amazing time doing it. And like, none of my family hold it against me or anything. Oh dear. Oh, secret stuff, always secrets, always the secrets. You may be out of practice, but the knowledge is still there. It's not dropped, it's just put on hold, yeah. I think because my interest became so much more composition and like transposition and stuff like that, and I again felt really, really guilty about that, because that's not what I'd been trained to do. It wasn't something that I was meant to be doing. And like, that's where my interest, even before I left home, had kind of gone in that direction. And I felt really, really guilty about it for like a really, really long time. And then I stopped feeling guilty about it, which is a lot easier said than done. Especially if you've been trained to something at a professional level, I expect. Also, thank you for the hornsey! But yeah, personally, I don't think there's anything wrong with, like, if I stop doing cosplay right now, if I like put this down and I never touch cosplay again, it wouldn't change the amazing experiences I had as a cosplayer, and it wouldn't change all the fantastic memories I have, and like the really fun times and the bad times that cosplay's got me through. Like, none of that would change. I just wouldn't make any more of those times, and I'd probably be doing something else instead, right? It hasn't happened yet, just in case anyone was concerned of me starting a new cosplay and then immediately falling out of love with cosplay. It hasn't happened yet. But if it did happen, as long as there was something else that I was enjoying, I think that it'd be fine, you know? Yeah. Sorry, you might have seen my face for a second there. Don't worry about it. I had to licky this. Actually, I could probably just remove this, huh? Yeah. Actually, that's a lot easier. Oh dear. I got a secret thing arriving. Oh yeah, what is it? Oh wait, it's a secret. You got a secret thing? What is it, Shifty? What's the secret? Oh dear. No, don't tell me it's a secret. Oh dear. I don't know. How do you know that you have a secret thing happening but you don't know what it is? Is like family planning something for you? A secret art commission? Do you? Do you now? Oh. Oh dear. Ooh. Is it for like a special stream? I know that you did have something. Wait. Is it for that? Is it for that? Oh wait. Is it? Okay. God, there's a few things it could be. Jesus Christ. I'm like, wait a minute. Is it this? Is it that? Is it this other thing? Oh no. God, this really is a secret. Heck. I thought I had an idea what it could be then for a second, but then I was like, wait a minute, no. Wait, could it be that? Would it be that? Oh dear. That really is a secret. felt guilty if I wanted to give up my career as a pastry chef. I'd actually quit my job just before I broke my foot, waitressing for now, just to save money for a holiday plan. But this is the same thing. It's like you only, without trying to be too YOLO-esque, you really do only live once. Like, even if it's like you've trained up for it, if you're not enjoying it, like, you're not enjoying it. I have a secret present on the way. Oh, a secret? Oh my god, a real secret. Oh, he's got a letter? Oh, lovely. I love a good letter. I love a good letter. It's true, it wouldn't be a secret if you knew. That is very true. The more I think about it, that does feel the big truth. Big truth. Wait, what? Yeah. I have a couple of ideas, but I'm not sure. It really very much depends, I suppose, on who you've heard it from. Because I also don't think that different people necessarily know. Depending on who's told you you have a secret, I might know what it is. I pay what you want commission. You pay. Okay. I might have given away the fact that I might have given away that Shifty has multiple secrets. Oh wait! Oh my god, Andy! Welcome on in! How was your stream? What did you get up to? We've been making some patterns for cosplay, but we have just taken a break to do some crochet. This is what our patterns look like so far. We've got a big nice poofy sleeve on the way. Welcome on in! How was your stream and what did you get up to? We're just talking about surprises. Seafolk, welcome on in, and Turp, and Camille, and Shepherd, and Shine, and Gravity Cannon, and Deimos, Andy! Andy, how was your stream? What did you get up to today? I hope it was good. For anyone who doesn't know Andy Ray Cosplay, they're a very, very talented cosplayer on Twitch who focuses more on prosthetics and body art, but they make a lot of props and extra bits as well, so they're kind of a jack of all trades with a focus on body art and prosthetics. They're very, very good. They do all the things that I'm bad at. And Biscotti and Camille, thank you for the follows. It's very kind of you. Welcome, welcome. Talk about surprise. Yes, surprise! Arden Palace and Kings, welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're talking a little bit about surprise, and I'm making some crochet. 2 seconds. I can show. Where's my book gone? Oh my god, wait a second. Blah, 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 blah. There we are. Oh, did multiple secrets? No. There's like 4. I don't know how there's been so many secrets. Oh my god. So we're doing, these are the kind of crochet stuff that I'm practicing at the moment. I'm making my own lace out of suns and moons because we're doing our own version of the collector. The collector is from the Owl House. I don't know how familiar everyone is with the Owl House, but it's a series that I really like, and we are going to be making this. This is only the 2nd stream for this costume. Also, Mitchell, thank you for the follow. That's very kind of you. This is only the 2nd stream for this cosplay. We're expecting this cosplay to take around 16 months. 16, 1-6. So we're going to be here for a little while. We have some pretty big designs, some pretty big patches, and currently, as seen on stream, this is the kind of design we're going with. It focuses heavily on techniques used in the 16th century. So we're going to be doing a lot more hand stitching, a lot of hand embroidery, making our own lace, doing our own smocking, all that kind of stuff. It's basically just like old-fashioned the costume. Heck yeah. Oh dear. Thank you, I love Pam's amazing. Should be 3 bosses tonight. Oh my god. Heck. How the hell? Oh dear. Positively Pam is positively killing it. Sounds about right. Slap Shifty, this bad boy can fit so many secrets. Yeah, that's Shifty. Love it. Very cool. Thank you. We were gonna make it for TwitchCon, but because unfortunately, so far TwitchCon has not announced a European cosplay contest. We're still hoping. We're trying to stay positive. But so far, there's not been a European cosplay contest entry thingy announced. So instead, I might be making it for crowns. We'll see. Because it's an original design, it's a bit more limited in what I can enter it into, because it has to be a cosplay competition that allows original designs. But we have, if no TwitchCon, then crowns. So we have a backup. And it's one that I already kind of wanted to enter again at some point. Yeah, so wait, explain again. Okay, so basically, yeah,
they haven't announced a cosplay contest and the call for content. They announced the call for content, which closes on the 19th. And I'm really, really hoping after the 19th they announce a cosplay contest. But right now they haven't announced anything for Paris, no. Also, Clowns, thank you for the follow. It's very kind of you. I'm not sure why. I have asked, so I sent them an email a couple weeks ago asking about it, because honestly it was something that I was feeling really guilty about, because I've hyped it up so much to my community, and a lot of my community is based in Europe, so a lot of people actually started streaming and making cosplays partially because I was hyping it up so much, and then they haven't announced it, so I've been like emailing them, and I did also at them on Twitter, but unfortunately no correspondence as of yet. But yeah, we're surprised as well. Everyone's a little bit surprised. Twitch is saying if they expect there to be a cosplay contest, they should announce it. They expect them to create something in 3 months. I mean, that is kind of what it feels like. Is they're kind of expecting everyone to just be ready immediately. Also, the fact that if they do announce it now, they've given it less time than everybody else. It's a bit like, oh my God, wait, say, thank you so much for gifting us up to Andy. That's very kind of you. Oh dear heck. Yeah, in 2020 the contest was announced within 3 weeks, notice of submissions closing. Yes, they've done that before. Oh dear. I'm standing by that no news could be good news. If they weren't doing a contest, they'd just say no, but the fact that they haven't responded lends that they might say something. Yeah, I'm really hopeful. I'm really, really hopeful that that's what's gonna happen. So many surprises today. Yeah, thank you so much today. That's very heckin' kind of you. I should say, Andy, if you do need to like look after yourself after stream, obviously as much as we all like having you here, please do. If you need to feed or anything, like go feed. How long till the con? So the convention will be the first weekend of July, which is still a while away, but obviously for anyone who maybe wasn't going to enter TwitchCon, it would give them 3 months to make the costume, I suppose. Give or take a little bit, because submissions need to be made. Normally it's in May that they do submissions, so they wouldn't have a super, super long time, but again, they've done it before, so I mean, yeah, it wouldn't be too bad. So I just need to count really quickly. I've been going with no direction. 1, 2, 3, 11, 2 more. It's fine, it's fine. Oh dear. Trying to think when they announce NA. Well, I think normally with America, they announce it at the same time as the rest of the call for content. So like the same time as the drag show and the artist alley and the musical stuff. They kind of all got announced at the same time, at least last year. And that's how it worked for Amsterdam as well. When they did the call for content, they advertised it all at the same time. So everyone was submitting. But this year, obviously, it's only as well. Like last year was the first year that Europe had a cosplay contest for TwitchCon. So in many ways, it wouldn't be a surprise if they did things a little differently, since last year was kind of the test year. But it would be nice to know. It would be really nice to know, you know? If there isn't a contest next year, I'm screwed. Yeah, Amazonia Cos, for people that just came in with Andy's raid, I think he might have raided recently, but they are currently the crown champion of cosplay. So in the UK, the only other competition that you could enter that isn't crowns, because you don't want to do crowns again, is it Insomnia? Is that the only other option that you have? I think, which would be quite, I mean, Maleficent would be very intense cosplay, but it would be cool to see it, yeah. Or 5. I remember them taking submissions in June. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right. Yeah, like I think we had about 5 months last time, but then again, a lot of people start making their costumes at that time, so it's like you give them as much time as possible, right? So it's small in comparison. Yeah, now needs to be for an instant. Yeah. So yeah, you're doing your own design as well. There's this problem. It would be weird if they didn't have it. The Paris 2023 pages. Yeah, it does. They have 2 pictures because they have Saoirse, who won the armor category last year. Spoilers, sorry. And then it has Vilena, who won Larger Than Life and then won overall as well. So yeah, it does have a couple of pictures. So I'm trying to count back. There you go. It has a couple pictures of people who won. And also on the Glitch Theatre, it says people show off their marvellous creations here. What creation is more marvellous than cosplay? Oh dear. Oh dear. Also, oh, did it? Hell yeah. That's cool. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, they don't invite me to International Women's Day anymore because I kept accidentally calling it Women's Awareness Day or Women's Awareness Month. I got booted, which honestly I can't even blame them. I said it wrong so many times the last time I was included. I kept saying women's awareness. It's not women's awareness. People are already aware of women. Oh dear. One day I'll get it right and then maybe they'll invite me back. Until then. Oh dear. How would we be aware? I'm here spreading awareness that women exist every single year. Twitch just doesn't appreciate it yet. For sure, maybe they accepted the people that were already working on it somehow, that they just know it's coming or something. But I know I'll always be disappointed it doesn't happen. Always love watching them. Yeah, we weren't going to enter this year, so me and Amazonia are the same. We were both going to enter into next year's because we both wanted the full time period to make the costumes, right? But there are a lot of people that we know who might still be in chat, like Sunkoi, like like Anime Boy Stars, Hut Armories, Atomic, Hepa's Asylum, who are all going to be making stuff for European TwitchCon. And yeah, it's just a shame if it doesn't happen because they've all been working really, really hard. They're all fantastic cosplayers and the stream's been really, really fun. So like, you know, as a viewer, they've been great. But it'd be really nice to see them on stage. Yeah, they've been working really, really hard. Oh dear. Oh, thank you. Oh dear. I love watching cosplay contests. Me too. I love them as well. I find it very inspiring watching cosplay contests. Weird their events page just mentions cosplay community. Yeah, and I will say, I do think it's good that they're allowing people to cosplay the event because last year, I don't know if you had the same thing in America for any people that attended American TwitchCon. We had the rule in Europe where you couldn't have a bulky outfit, which basically meant that cosplay was out the window. Like, they were just like, don't wear bulky outfits. And it's like, okay. Sure. It was a bit of a weird one, but it just meant that like most people were like not gonna cosplay because they didn't want to risk it. Whereas this year they are clearly encouraging people to cosplay the event, which I do think is a good thing. Like, that's cool. I'm glad that they're doing that. It'd just be nice if there was also the competition. Hold and hope that they weren't doing a cosplay, they would have responded to everyone asking, just say no. Yeah, it does like a weird placeholder. Women are a new discovery. We have to educate the masses to their existence. Yeah. I was just getting a bit confused, I think. Because awareness months are pretty common, and I was just getting a bit confused between History Month and Awareness Month. You may have my cosplay stage. Yeah, it'd be so cool. I mean, even if you don't get to enter TwitchCon, I hope that you'll still take it to something, because it's a very, very cool costume. Makes me glad that the US one doesn't have a mention. Well, that's because, so this happened last year as well, then that's not unusual. So last year, they didn't announce any of that until the call for content was active, which would have been in either June or July. Like, it's normal because your con takes a lot longer. Yeah. Or it's a lot later in the year. So that's not unusual. The American TwitchCon page was skeletal until after European TwitchCon last year. Because they weren't calling for content or anything like that yet, because they hadn't done European TwitchCon. Yeah, you'll get all of that and all of the musical performances and stuff like that a bit later in the year, probably. Yeah. We're certainly aware now, hell yeah! Everyone's immensely aware of women. Oh dear, thank you, you're welcome. I'll wear it to many cons, even to MCM! Yes! Oh dear, I won't be going to MCM this year, but I really, really want to go next year. I want to go, I think, to October one, because this is kind of a hot... And then I would like to go to Birmingham, which is right after it, so I don't know, I'll think about it. We'll see, they're right after each other. Oh dear, alrighty, oh no, you're fine. Thank you again so much for the raid, but yeah, look after yourself after your stream, get your eats and your sleeps. Oh dear. It's weird that they have the event activity page, pretty much like the Paris one, but no mention of cosplay. They did that last year though. If you're an American cosplayer, I wouldn't be too concerned because that was the same as last year. Because the pages both become active at basically the same time. It's just that American one is so much later in the year than the European one. So the American one remains skeletal for quite a while before they start filling anything in. And that's what happened last year too. So I don't want to panic the American cosplayers. I expect you will still have yours because it's been going for years and it would be like a real big deal if they suddenly stopped it. With European one, we only had our first cosplay contest next year. So it's like less of an established event. Yeah. Whereas, yeah, for you guys, it's a very established event. I'm pleased, I've always been aware of women. Heck yeah. Jelly's going to acquire a Birmingham accent. What, for being there for like 2 days? Hell yeah, you know what? I'll bring it back with me and I'll get to share it with everybody and we'll love it. Have a good night, Annie. Yeah! Thank you for stream. Thank you for raid. Get some good Z's. Okay, count to 4. Good. Oh dear. Meanwhile, we're just here making very, very small, very small suns and moons. I was gonna do more pattern work, but I'm just a bit like, I might need to measure out some large fell from the floor, and I don't really want you to be dealing with my VTuber just pinging in and out towards you, because I'm like on the floor. Yeah, the next bit would be the trousers. I'm nervous about the trousers. They're gonna be a huge amount of fabric because we're smocking the trousers, and we're smocking it in panels that are already like larger than my leg kind of thing. When you smock fabric, it gets a lot smaller, so that's the main reason I ended up buying a lot of extra fabric, because I was like, I'm probably going to use 3 meters on just the trousers. At least, probably. Horn gives me a shock every time. It's the wake-up horn. It's the, we know, lurkers, be afraid, be very afraid. Oh dear. Or turn us down, you know, turning us down would also work. Oh dear. Yeah, it's louder than it used to be as well, because we've had to turn it up so that when the Jello talks, like, you can hear them okay. How many have I done there? Can you count those? I think... What? I think there's 8. That means I need 13 per row, so that's an extra 5 or so. I think we start at the beginning, right? Start at the beginning. Oh, this one, this OST gets a little loud. I remember this. It's a beautiful OST. Does get a bit enthusiastic. Is that still too loud? I think that's probably okay. Or maybe it's God, it's difficult to tell. There we go. That might be too quiet now, because now it's got quieter again. God damn it! Yeah, mind my business, silly little cross-stitch and brrr. Yeah, it's not really a wake-up horn so much for you guys, but it really helps me stay focused. Like, originally it was just a troll thing that we had on the channel, but now more than anything, it just like keeps me alert, so that when I'm like doing stuff, like, if, you know, not so much crochet, because obviously crochet is a little harder to like injure yourself suddenly. It's more like a, I guess, a wrist thing that you're more likely to do. But like when I'm working with needles and stuff like that, it keeps me really alert. Wait, did I count that right? Wait, that's definitely 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, 2 more, okay. I was getting confused there. You made me draw a line on my face. Oh, I'm sorry. You're free to turn me down if it's too much. I completely understand. I will never hold it against you. If you need to put me on like volume 1, you're all good. I get it. Oh dear, time to vibe to this while drawing to keep myself awake. Oh, what are you drawing? Is it more eyes or noses? Maybe even a mouth? Mouth I find kind of hard as well. If you can't tell from my mouth that it's literally just a line, I find mouths to be like a little bit difficult. Mouths and noses and eyes. Face shapes, pretty hard. I can do a good eyebrow though. I got eyebrows pretty good. Not on this model, but like in general. In general, I would say I'm pretty okay at eyebrows. I need to have some more tea really quickly, 2 seconds. Oh, my model's gonna look really angry. Or do whatever the heck that was. I'm not sure what that was. That was a bit suspicious. Can we not do that again? None of that. Oh dear. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There you go. So I do a line of 7 and then I count. I actually don't know what I count from the other end. I've been doing it like in sets of 3, so I guess I get 3, 3, 9. I count 9 from the other end. So for me, that's this one. And I do a double crochet into that. Just in case anyone is wondering. I think you can also count 7 up, but I find it easier to count 9 back. I don't know why. It sits in my brain happier. And I tend to get it right more often. An OC! Elixni of mine from Destiny. Oh, okay. Nice. Heck yeah, so I probably like butchered that. My bad. Ah dear, I started scrapbooking. Oh my god. TikTok makes me want to scrapbook so badly. I've definitely talked about this before, but like every time I go on TikTok, because I keep watching them, it's like, oh, but scrapbooking, Jelly, you would love scrapbooking. I was like, I know TikTok. I know I would enjoy scrapbooking, but I do not have the space for another creative hobby. Like, I can't be doing this. Oh dear, but every time I see people scrapbooking, I'm just like, damn, I want to do that. That looks fun. Looks like a really nice way of keeping like a diary. Oh, I love it. One day, maybe when, if I ever chill out on cosplay and I decide to do something else, I will definitely give scrapbooking a consideration. I've watched a lot of videos of people doing it and it's very tempting. Oh dear. There we go. I might change and get a tea before getting cozy because, oh my god, fair enough, not heck yeah. Why not? Get a cup of tea, get cozy. Oh dear. For me, I'm like the opposite because my stream room is really warm. I'm like, it's cozy in a t-shirt. I'm pretty okay. I don't need anything else. I'm jumping from knitting to needle felting to embroidery. Hell yeah! Oh dear. I say like knitting, I'm not so good at. I did practice for a really long time. Sorry, there's like a knot in my thread. I'm gonna see if I can get rid of it. If I pull that through there, there you go. This shouldn't be too hard, I don't think. Touch wood. Although I did cut my nails recently, so I don't have as much grip as I normally have. Let me use a needle instead. Oh dear. Yeah, knitting is one that oh, Elixni. Oh, thank you. Yeah, knitting is one that I technically I can do, and I have done it. I just don't ever feel as confident knitting as I do crochet. So I don't do it as often. Because crochet I can pick up and I don't have to think about it too much. I think it's just to do with how much I practice crochet versus knitting though, to be fair. Okay. Come on. Is that out? Did I do it? What is this? What is this? I don't understand. Okay, there we go. We got it. Alright, I might also just let it unspin for a second so we don't have that issue happening again. Oh dear. I have discovered recently quilt journals. Basically, oh no, this is gonna be dangerous. Basically A4 size, freeform quilts, and I'm so into that. Oh no. That does sound good. I want a scrapbook. I got my photos printed and everything in 4 years and 1 lockdown later and I still ain't done it. Very fair. Also, not thank you for the lurk. Get yourself some snacks and some tea. Oh dear. Right now I'm scrapbooking, drawing, paper not digital, crochet, learning to play Overwatch, diamond art, and I paint my numbers. I get very bored at home. Fair. Honestly, that sounds pretty good. I've never done a... Have I ever done a paint my numbers? I've seen them around a few times. Are they fun? They look quite relaxing, to be honest. I think paint my numbers looks relaxing. I followed a Bob Ross tutorial once, and it was not as relaxing as I thought it would be. Mainly because Bob is just so goddamn fast. How the heck? I mean, surely it's practice and just like being good at art, but like Bob zooms. I don't know how you, like I had to pause it. Like every few seconds because Bob was just zooming through their painting. I was like, how the hell are you doing this, Bob? It takes like 10 years. Oh dear. I can't get into crochet for some reason. I think it requires too much brain power. See, that's how I feel about knitting. I was like, I just can't get into knitting because my brain's like blue. Whereas crochet, I'm like, oh yeah, like easy brain mode. Don't have to think about that too much. Probably if I was crocheting something more complicated, I'd feel differently. But like, I guess because I'm doing the same thing a lot, it's not quite so bad. Oh, sorry. I still make mistakes. I love how I've done 2 hours and 3 gigs and I find them super relaxing. Heck yeah. Maybe I'll have a look into it some. Well, no, you know what? No, I can't. I don't have space for more hobbies. God damn. Like, oh yeah, maybe I'll take up that hobby as well. Yeah, let me maybe a bit of that hobby and a little bit of that hobby. Unfortunately, Bob had to be a lot faster than he wanted, so he got limited time for an episode. That's why it felt rushed. Oh, okay. I heard as well that Bob used to make each painting, was it 3 times? Like, he did each painting a couple times to, like, get it down and practice it before doing it live. Or doing it for television, I guess, because it wasn't live, was it? 3 times, yeah. Pretty cool. Whereas I had to do it first time, and it was hard. But to be honest,
listening to Bob's voice did make it feel a bit better. I still really like watching the joy of painting. Your 30-minute painting is going to take me 10 hours. That is exactly what it was like. It was like Bob just being like, doo, 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 and then like the sky is there, and it's like, wait a second, Bob, I need you to slow down. You can't just doo, 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 and then your sky is there. Ah dear. I know Andy's very good at doing the Bob Ross paintings, not drawings. God damn. Oh dear. I gave it a go once, and it was pure panic for like 2 hours on a 30-minute video. 3 times. Once the reference, once for the episode, and once for sale. Oh, once for sale, was it? Oh, okay. I didn't realise that was it. Maybe one before recording, one for the recording, one for the outro. Aww. Cool. Cool. But yeah, he's so speedy. I don't know. I guess once you get good at something, you do just end up getting faster at it as well, especially if you've already practiced it. Like the first time I tried this lace, I was really, really slow at it. It took me like a whole day just to get like one sun done. Whereas now, maybe not while I'm live on stream, but like generally I can get them done a lot quicker. Like I'll often be crocheting or watching other people's streams because it means I can still count and stuff and it's not quite so bad. But yeah, I can do them a lot quicker than I used to. Oh dear. Although this one, the beginning's a little messy, but I think it'll be fine once I attach it in a loop. Yeah. Yeah. But I gotta practice. I gotta keep practicing so I can get faster and faster at it because I do actually need to make quite a bit of lace for this design. I need to do it around the cuffs, which are quite large. I think the cuffs are about... I'll need like 62 centimeters of lace, but this lace does stretch a little bit, so I might do 60 centimeters and just like pull it a little bit for those last 2. Maybe. Watch as Hell's Kitchen when I crow. I struggle. Okay, because they're like yelling at each other and stuff, I struggle with that kind of stuff. I liked Kitchen Nightmares, but like also the same kind of thing where I was like, when they're arguing, I'm like, oh no, oh no. Oh dear. I did like Kitchen Nightmares, to be fair. I have watched quite a bit of Kitchen Nightmares over the years. There are some awful ones, like, oh my god. I think it takes place in America, right? So they're not places that probably I would end up going to eat because I live in the UK. But it still like gets me. I'm like, oh my god, it's bad. It's not even like a little bit bad. It's so bad. Like when I like keeping like raw chicken next to the cooked chicken and stuff like that. It's like, Jesus. Oh my god. Like no wonder you're getting complaints. Probably everyone's getting salmonella from eating here. I used a chatbot I found online to ask what to do. What did it say? What did it say to do? What did the bot say? It's like the inspiration. Have you guys seen the inspiration bot or inspo bot? I could probably play it in the background instead of music if you'd like some inspiration. It makes me laugh so much. It's like AI generated inspirational quotes. Inspo bot. Okay, Planet Coaster, I'm gonna need you to chill for a second. If we go into here, this might be quite loud. Is this too loud for you?
Time is to dare to focus.
There you go. Perfect. Welcome to the mindfulness. Everyone be mindful really quickly. I don't even know what it just said, by the way.
Consider that a great master once said, watch, comply and be enslaved.
Okay. Okay, Inspobot. Oh dear.
Pay attention to how your cheeks are drifting away from your deeply.
Oh no. Yeah, this is AI generated, not me. AI generated mindfulness.
If you are not freaking out about public elitism, you really don't know what public elitism means.
There you go. I don't know what it's based on though. Is there a way of finding out what this app bases everything on? Wait, I need to exit. Get me out of here.
Remember these ancient religious words of wisdom.
Okay.
People who write about the people, write about society.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. About. Where did you get them from? Let me put this back on again. Oh, it doesn't say. How the hell does it generate this? I don't even know. Oh dear. I give something out for free. People complain about getting salmonella. I'm sorry. I'm just not the biggest fan of salmonella in general. It's my bad. I'm sure it's to other people's taste, but it's not for me. They do. Oh, they have a UK version. I feel like I've not seen that. It's gonna make me nervous because I'm like, what if I've eaten there? I guess at this point I'm fine. I guess if I've survived this long, it's probably fine, right? Oh dear.
Well, it can say, and as an AI language model, I cannot provide. Oh, okay. Oh dear, big oh dear. As an American, a lot of food establishments here are very not up to par. It's weird. Do you guys? I assume you have like some way of like monitoring it, like some kind of food standards regulations. Like here, there is like a rating system for like hygiene and stuff like that. And if someone has like a 1 star, they have to fix it in a certain length of time, or I think they shut down. It's either a 1 star or a 0 star on a hygiene rating. Yeah. So it's like consequences. Okay, I'm back, and they just released a 7 minutes of Shadow and Bone season 2, and ooh, go! Enjoy. As much as we like having you here, go! Enjoy. Oh dear. We have a hygiene system. It's Smileys, and it's very cute. Yeah, we have Smileys too. Oh dear. It was, oh, you've already enjoyed. It was very, very good. Heck yeah. Oh, my stomach rumbled. Please ignore that. I'm a little hungry, but not that hungry yet. Plus, I have salty biscuits and Nutella, so if I do need to snack, I can have a salty biscuit with some Nutella on it. I can actually eat that today, thank God. I've been staring at it for days, but because I've had a migraine, it's been like, let's not risk it. You know, let's be careful. Oh, dear, Nutella! Yeah, I got my jar of Nutella and my salty biscuits. Delicious. A delicious snack. Very unhealthy, but very good for you. No, very unhealthy and very not good for you. But it's very tasty. Oh dear, we do have no. Okay, no one here really cares to fix it. It's kind of like a hey, fix this, and then they never come back to. Wait, really? Really? They don't do anything? Oh my god. See, if I knew somewhere, when I know places have like low hygiene ratings, I don't eat there. I just don't. I 4 star and stuff like that, but if I see someone with a 1 star, like there was a pizza place near us that had a 1 star for the longest time. I'm never eating there. It's got 1 star on hygiene. I don't want to eat there. Oh, thank you for the horn. I got so much bacon to fry up. Heck yeah, that's not a bad position to be in. Oh dear. Oh, I see that. Go on, Jello friend, you've got this. Take it away.
Nutella is my favorite nut-based spread. It gives me the nuttiest Nutella feeling, and I love nuts and nut-based spreads. Adieu.
Spreads. Why does it say spreads? I like nut-based spreads. Oh dear, spreads. Oh dear, 2 more days. And both burgers unhealthy, all because we have fed such messed up things. Don't you have like quite a high sugar level in a lot of the stuff as well, like just basic stuff like breads and that, because that probably also doesn't help. If like stuff just has like base level sugar, I imagine that does make it a little bit harder. Oh dear. Also, I did see this in the news that there are places in America where it was cheaper to buy like a pre-made cake than it was to make one because the cost of ingredients have gotten so high. And again, like stuff like that does, like if cooking is more expensive than eating out, that does make it kind of like, well, save money, eat out kind of thing. Also, forklift daddy. I feel that once I complete my cooking balls, I'd be a lovely house husband. Heck yeah! Most of our food quality is extremely low. They put a bunch of sugar and all that, and we have huge food portions, and it's kind of terrifying. Oh dear. I always check the toilets at restaurants because usually if the toilet is dirty, you can bet the kitchen is as well. Oh, that's actually, you know what? Fair. My friend posted a pic the other day. A box of eggs was $12. Yeah, it's like, you know, you can rag on people for like not cooking and stuff like that, but if it's that expensive to cook and like ingredients are that expensive, it's like. Yeah. Like here, we eat like in this household, we actually have quite a strict diet because there's a lot of foods that I am not able to eat. So it's not so much a diet for like health. Well, I guess technically it is a diet for health because there's a lot of foods that I can't eat. And also because there's a lot of foods I can't eat, we have to cook basically everything from scratch to make sure that there isn't anything in there that I can't eat. Basically, I'm just a nightmare. But we also eat predominantly vegetarian because of that. It's just a lot easier. And even that's got very expensive. It used to be that like because of the stuff that I could and couldn't eat, like we actually didn't spend that much on food. But these days, we're spending a lot more. And it's like to buy the same things. And the wages haven't really gone up. It's just the food expensive, and we don't even eat meat. Like, we don't eat meat, we don't drink alcohol. Like, the expensive things that would normally be in like a food order, we don't consume them. So yeah. Oh dear, prices here are astronomical. Yeah, I get my eggs for free. The secret is crime. Jason, no crime. Very bad. Oh dear. Yeah, it's. Oh wait, I'm not even doing my. Oh, missed opportunity. Oh no, not that. My hair grows. Is it this one? Yeah. I have like, look, I have a little crochet hook. And it moves. Yeah, I could crochet. I forgot that my model had like a crochet mode. Excuse me. I'm very lucky that I barely spend any money on food products from the local market here. It's cheap and I eat a lot of my dad's, and I could do out of date food from work for 10p. Oh, hell yeah. That's pretty good. Thank you for the hick. Oh dear. Oh, I missed that one. Just today, buying a few necessities, aka lettuce, a box of pasta, and a small container of sauce was $40? Jesus Christ. Also, that I know how to cook is a privilege. You spend a lot less time. Yeah, knowing how to cook it's something my parents got. Like, as soon as I started having like a lot of problems with eating food, my parents were like, this kid's gonna have to learn to cook. So my parents are very like proactive and being like, yeah, this kid's gonna be cooking. Let's get them some recipes that they can eat and send them away with all these things that they can do. And yeah, it did help a lot, honestly. It really did. Like, obviously there wasn't really a lot of choice for me, but like it still helped having someone like teach you how to cook different things and how to prepare things and like spice and all that kind of stuff. And it means that the food that I eat isn't really boring as well. Who does the chickens? Hell yeah! Wait, what are your chickens' names? Do you name your chickens, Jason? Drop the chicken deets. What are their names? I get mine for free. My parents buy them. I taught myself to cook by the time I was 10, and one day I became a chef. Yeah, you had a passion for it. I think I was probably like the least, surprisingly enough, I'm probably the least foodie person in my family, and I love food. But just because I have like a few limitations on what I can eat, and you know, it's one of those things, I suppose, and that like it's a little bit more difficult to be a foodie, I think, if you can't eat a lot of the same food as everyone around you. But I still would consider myself a foodie, just a very specific foodie. I like soft food. Soft food's great. Oh dear. I get my eggs for free. You get pet chickens as well? Heck yeah, no names, we lose. Oh, fair enough, fair enough. Understandable then. Nugget, drumstick, wing. Oh my god, which chicken is called breast? That's a hell of a name. Oh dear. I can't. Why can I not count today? 1, 2, 3, 7. Jesus Christ, it's not a big number. Oh dear. See, I like chickens. I like chicken. I like animals in general, though. I just like animals. Just give me animals. Let me pet animals. Oh dear. Chickens are small, round, cutes. There we go. I never thought I'd give it up, but I decided this year that I'd go back to school and learn something less stress intensive. Yeah, well, chef is one of the most stressful jobs, isn't it? I know that if you're... sorry, can I say this actually? I think I'm allowed to. I mean, I don't work there anymore, so I feel like I can mention it, right? Oh, Is this trade secrets? I think it's okay. And also it's been a few years, so things might be different now. A lot of you might already know this, but for your car insurance in the UK, depending on what job you have, your car insurance will actually be different. And that's because if you have a very high stress job, you're more likely to be in a car accident. Also, if you're at a job that works late at night, you're more likely to be in a car accident. And so if you are a chef, you will have much higher car insurance statistically than everyone else, because not only do you work late nights, you work in a high stress job, which means chefs are one of the most likely job categories to get in accidents. But that's UK insurance. I don't know about outside of the UK, because obviously insurance is done differently country to country. Yeah. But part of insurance is like based on the likelihood of you getting into an accident. And some jobs, like say if you're like working from home as like an office worker, you're probably a lot less likely to get into an accident, like doing a 9 to 5 in an office at home, than you are as a chef who works late nights and stuff like that. And unfortunately, insurance in the UK actually does change for that. Oh dear. The names are, you have 70 names are Talon, Segura, Big Bertha, Matilda, and 2 roosters are Handsome Jack and Velmare. Oh, heck yeah, thank you for the chicken deets, we need those. Oh dear, 7, right, not a big number. Oh dear, I'm sorry, please, no. Do not take my experience with numbers, and you know, that's just me, everyone's different. Everyone's experience with what a large number is different. Do I need to do 5 and then 6? 2 seconds, I need to check my... Wait, where have I put it? Oh, there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I need to do another one. How the hell am I going to fit another one on here? Oh, Jesus. There you go, I'll just squidge it up a bit. Nice. Oh, dear. Yeah, I work stupid hours, and I used to work 4 a.m. to 2 p.m. as a pastry chef, and I watch some people start the work as kids. Yeah. You want a job where you can spend time with your kids. Yes, chef is very, very difficult. I do know insurance companies like to categorize people like that. It's mostly legislation that stops them from doing it, so if it's not the law, bet the insurance companies are doing it. Yeah, so I was like, I'm not exactly sure obviously what I'm unnecessarily allowed to say, because like obviously a lot of it is behind the scenes and it is very much like classified information. I don't work there anymore though, and also it's been a while, so like it's likely that things have changed since I worked there. But I think it's okay for me to say that they do charge different jobs different insurance prices, and it's the same thing as like insurance is also based on like, say, okay, for example, say on this, you all park your cars on the street, right? On your road, you don't have garages, so you all park your cars on the street, and everyone there is a really good driver, and no one's had any accidents, but one car, say like two houses up from you, they had like a nasty falling out with an ex, and they smashed the window to the car. That then get claimed as what's it called? It gets claimed on your insurance as something. I can't remember what the name of it is though. But basically like purposeful damage done to vehicle. The next year, every single car on that road will have higher insurance. Because that one thing happened. And I saw instances of it happening while I was there. Is like, you'd hear about like someone like having their car beaten up on a road, and then you'd see that the insurance prices of every other vehicle on that road rise. Doesn't matter if they're keeping their car in a garage or if they're not doing anything different, and it doesn't matter that it didn't happen to them personally, but it happened on their street, and so everyone on that street has their insurance go up. Yeah. It's also why sometimes one insurance company will offer you, I think, a much better price than another, is because if one, say one insurance company has that incident marked but the other doesn't, then your price will go up with one insurance company but it won't go up with another. Yeah, it's a weirdness. This is also why a lot of people now have me doing their insurance. Got the insider deets. Like, yeah, I spent some time working for insurance, so I have some insider deets of things you definitely do not want to say, or that you do want to say. I think that's the thing, is a lot of people, they know not what not to say, but they don't know what to say, and it means that they don't always get the best price, and it's very frustrating when you're working in it, because you know that if they said one thing, that their price would come down, and you know that it's the case, but you can't make them say it. So you're just kind of like, please, 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 please say the thing, please say the thing, and your price will come down immediately and nothing will change. You just have to say this one thing and stuff like that. It's very frustrating, but you know, it is what it is. I have too many pets and you can never. I used to have a fish called Fish Sticks and Caviar. Oh, heck yeah. Very cute, or so. Oh. I have gamer modes? Sorry, my thing is going funny. Shiny suggested doing this, but it's not really fixing it. God damn it. Yeah, we went over the monitor yesterday because we were like, maybe we can fix it. But unfortunately we cannot, I don't think. I don't think this is a fixable thing. I might, at some point in the future, do a little bit of a fundraiser, and we'll do like a fun fundraising stream, because unfortunately I think my monitors are done. My monitors are dying, and my monitors are dying at kind of a bad time. So maybe expect that coming up as well. I don't think I've ever done a fundraiser stream for me personally. We normally do them for charity, but in this particular case, I might have to so that I can keep streaming because my monitor, every single stream, it's like dying. Oh dear. We had an African pygmy hedgehog called oh, she was a feisty one. Aw. A big guinea pig named Earl, rabbit named Rusky, 2 rats, Pippin and Woogo, 2 leopard geckos called Kyoka and Sushi, as well as 2 dogs named Asuna and Kaede. Aw. Can you say the thing? Not really. Unfortunate. I don't think that is one I can say. What I would say is, I'd like to cancel your policy is a really good one. That's obviously a really good one. I like to cancel my policy. What I can't really say. There is another thing instead of that is better to say, but I don't think I can really say it on like a public platform. Yeah, what I would say, I guess as an opposite, if you're rude, if you're nasty, you will never get such a good deal. Like, you won't. Most of the time, if someone is rude to us, because we're human beings at the end of the day, and there are the way that we were taught is like, if someone's being rude, like, we don't want them as a customer anyway, because if they ever have a claim, they'll be a nightmare to deal with. So like, if you're rude, you'll never get the best price. I think that pretty much goes without saying for most things. If you're mean in a beanie, like, people aren't gonna want to have you anyway. Also, have I gone? I think I needed to go one earlier. That's okay. Yeah. So don't be mean. Don't yell at people. Don't swear at people. I think all that just goes without saying. But yeah, if you're rude, you won't ever get the best deal. And you'll probably think that you have, because you'll be like, I've heard so many stories of people being like, oh yeah, I yelled at them a bit and then they gave me a much lower price. They probably did. Did they have more money they could have given you? Probably. That's how we did it. Like, if somebody came in, we'd go through the same process, because obviously you're legally required to do what they're asking you to do, right? Go through the same process. But if someone was yelling at me, if someone was being rude to me, and for anybody else as well, you just don't give them the money. You're like, well, that's the best I can do. And they could say like, oh yeah, I found insurance for like, 10 quid a month elsewhere. And I could be like, oh, well, I can see it for 5 quid a month here, but I'm not going to tell you that. You go take your 10 quid a month. We don't want you. Because a lot of businesses prefer to have people they can work with over just like mass, like, especially like these bigger insurance companies, they can afford to let you go because it's not worth having. If you get aggressive over the phone, how likely is it you're going to be an aggressive driver? Like, actually, you're more risky. And so it's like, as soon as you start yelling at staff, you'll never get the full price because they don't want you that much. Because once again, if you get like aggressive and nasty over the phone, how likely is it that you're an aggressive and nasty driver, or an aggressive and nasty homeowner, or an aggressive and nasty pet owner? How likely is it you're going to be aggressive and nasty going abroad for your travel insurance? It's all like a lot higher. So yeah. Because of pigs and they called them ham and sausage, or even return of tea. Oh, and kombucha. Heck yeah. Oh, extra drinks are not bad. Hydration's important. And you got more money. Kaidi. I think it might be Cade. Because I Caddy. I could be wrong. It's Cade. K-E-D. Just spelled funny because it's based on a video game character. Heck yeah. Yeah, I can't. Unfortunately, there's a lot of advice I don't think that I would really be able to give. Unfortunately, just based on like, I don't want the old company to come back and be like, how dare you give out that information? That's delicate information. But what I would say is, if you're rude, which I think a lot of people think they should do. I think a lot of people think, oh, I have to yell about how, they have to know how unhappy I am. And that's like the best way for me to get the most money. And maybe at one point it was, but these days that's just not the case. These days, if you're like a nasty person to the person over the phone, your value as a customer drops and people won't fight so hard to keep you. Most of the time where I worked, we could have got them a better price than they said elsewhere. When people were being rude over the phone, we could have given them a better price than what they held elsewhere. Like, we had that option, like, but just by updating the details and for loyalty bonus and stuff like that. But we were specifically given instructions, if they were being aggressive over the phone, like, just don't do it. Don't do it. Just let them go. They're not worth the risk. So yeah. Things have changed a little bit. That's one thing, because I think a lot of people are still under the misconception that the best way to get a better price is to yell and complain. Like, obviously, if you're not happy with your price, a regular amount of complaining is normal. But I guess what I'm specifically talking about is when people come onto the phone and they're like, fuck you, I hope you die, I'm coming to your place, and I'm going to drop a bomb. Like, people being like I think swearing in general is a very bad idea. So we actually had a process. If somebody sweared, you got a mark on your policy, whether you stayed or not. If you swear not if you swear in general, not if you're like, fucking hell. It's more if you're like, you fuck, you shit, then like, yeah, you would have a mark on your policy, and if you do it one more time, your policy will be cancelled like that. If that's a home policy, you might be okay, but if you swear at staff, you could have, and you're driving, you could have your car insurance policy revoked while you're driving. Like, and they are able to do that because if there's like some sort of thing about abuse, like if you're abusing the people that work for your insurance, by swearing at them, they can cancel your policy. Yeah. So really, really bad idea, honestly, especially if it's a car insurance one. Do not, under any circumstances, threaten the staff, because they can and are often under instructions to terminate your policy if you do that. There's like some kind of law about it in the UK where that's an okay thing that you're meant to do. And yeah, really bad idea. A lot of people get caught out by that. They think that they're doing like the right thing by like, first of all, also another thing. If you tell us you're driving while on the phone to us, we are meant to report you. Because that's a crime. You're not meant to be on your phone calling your insurance while you're driving. Even if it's not to do with your car insurance, even if it's like pet insurance or something like that. If you are the person driving and we are aware of that, we are meant to report that. Because that is points on your license and you have just admitted it over the phone. So also don't do that. You know, just pull over or something. Go into a car park for a bit. Don't do that. Or have somebody else drive the car for a bit. Oh my god. Honestly, it sounds like so much common sense when you say them aloud, but like, Jesus Christ, people. Get ahead to bed, Witchy, take care! Enjoy the rest of your evening, get some good Z's. Thank you for popping by. Dear. Being mean and horrible to other people is never a good option. It really is not. It's a very, very bad option, and it doesn't... I think, especially a lot of people that are a little bit older, seem to think that's the best way of getting cheaper prices for their insurance, but times have changed and there's a lot more things protecting members of staff these days than there used to be, and it's no longer a good option. And this isn't meant as an attack on anyone in chat. If you're someone who's always done that and it's always worked well for you, I would maybe recommend, rather than the aggressive approach, and again I can't say too much, I would take more of a persistent approach. Is there anything else you could do? Like, I really want to stay with you. Is there a little bit more you can do? Is there even just a tiny little extra smidgen that you could do for me? Like, I've always enjoyed your services. Is there just a little bit more you can do? Like, and also don't say what price you've got. If you say like, oh yeah, I've got a price of this, just like, don't say that. Doesn't matter if you've already looked. I've looked online, I found cheaper prices. Is there anything else you can do? I really want to stay. Is there anything else you can do? Like, I've still found cheaper prices. Is there a little bit more you could do? And just repeat it. Repeat it. Not rude. Never aggressive. Never fighting. Never like, just like that, basically. Basically, what I just did, 10 out of 10. Is there a little bit more you can do? Is there anything extra? I really don't want to leave. Can you just do a little bit more? Just keep going. And then eventually they will stop and not be able to do anymore. If they turn around and say there is physically nothing else they can do for you, they're probably telling the truth, unfortunately. And if you have found a cheaper price elsewhere, that's when you leave. But most of the time, I'd say about 80% of the time, you can do something. And again, if you've like been with a company for a long time, sometimes there are extra things they can do for you just by the member of staff going and asking. Now, if you've been rude to said member of staff, if you've been a pain in the ass to deal with, they're not going to go do that. But what I will say is, it's not the same thing as, can I talk to your manager? Saying, I don't want to speak to you, give me to your manager, you're not getting anything. You get nothing. Look forward to getting the worst price you physically probably could have. The only time where it's appropriate is if it's something that is like, they physically can't do for you. Like, I need like a manager's stamp on something or other. And again, they're never normally like price related things. It's normally something else if that's the case. So yes, then you would pass it on to the manager. But if it's like, I think you're doing a shit job, let me pass you to the manager. Good luck with that. Oh, I loved it. Oh my god, Springy! Look after yourself. Please get some Z's. It's important to sleep. Sleep is important for functionality. My mum makes pretty amazing kombucha. She puts berries and mint. I've never had kombucha and I've heard about it so much. Like sometimes I've seen it on menus and stuff and I've always been really curious, but I've been kind of nervous to try it because everyone says it's quite a strong, like you love it or you hate it kind of thing. And like when it comes to, I'm just worried I'm gonna hate it and then I'm gonna have this drink that I don't like. And especially like restaurants, I like to finish my meals if I can. Treating people with respect should be a basic thing. I think there's a generation of people who think that by yelling and arguing, because maybe once upon a time this did work, but like they think by yelling and arguing that they get the better deal. And you can hear it over the phone. They'll be really smug at the end of the call. They'll be like, hey, I got the best deal, and you know, by yelling and stuff like that at you. And you really want to turn around and be like, no, you didn't. You got the base level that I could give you because you were rude to me the whole time. Whereas, so when someone comes along, like, you get someone come on and they're like really nice and they're just like, hi, yeah, you know, I've just had a little bit of a look online and I've looked at yours and then I've looked at other people's insurance quotes and they're just a lot better. But I've enjoyed the service I've had with you and my whole family is with you and stuff like that. Is there anything you can do to get my price down? Because, you know, times are tough and I will leave, but if I have to, but I would honestly just rather stay. When you get someone like that who introduces it like that, you do everything. They get everything. And because they've just been genuinely polite. They haven't been aggressive, they haven't been confrontational, they've been nice. And they'll get the whole shebang. And you know, if I can't do that much for the policy, maybe I'll even go talk to my manager and see if there's anything extra we can get. Even if it's not like money, maybe some extra benefits for your policy because you've been so nice kind of thing. Yeah, it's stuff like that. There you go. That's probably the best I can do. I can't really give you specifics because I do think that would be some sort of breach of something. But I can say like that is the best way of approaching those kind of situations. Just being nice, like firm, that you would like a better price, but not aggressive and not rude. And definitely no personal attacks. That's a really bad one to do these days. At least in the UK, that's a really bad one to do. Do not make personal attacks. The amount of times, so you guys can hear my voice right now, a lot of people would hear me over the phone and assume that I was really young, really, really young, like barely, like this was probably my first job kind of thing. And so a lot of people would ask for somebody else because they didn't want to deal with a heckin' 16-year-old, or like, what the hell does a 16-year-old who can't even drive know about this? Or what the hell does a 16-year-old who won't ever own a house in their life know about this? And you're just like, okay, mate. I'm not here to tell you my age. Like, if you want someone else, that's fine. But I'm putting the mark on your policy to say the reason that you wanted to change was because you insulted members of staff. So that people know if you do it again to cancel your policy. Like, you know, it's the same thing. And this happened a lot as well. If you answer the phone and somebody answers it and you like how they sound and you like their voice, just don't say anything. Just don't say anything. Just don't say anything, because here's the thing. This used to happen all the time. Bloke next to me, who worked in the office, was Indian. Now, he grew up in Wales. He probably had a much stronger British accent than I did, because he sounded very Welsh. But he was Indian, to an Indian family. Every single day, someone would call him up and be like, thank God you're not Indian. And like, everyone would be like, he is though. He is though. You're just being racist. And like, he just dealt with it. He was just like, yeah, you know what? Yeah, it's easier for me to just pretend that I'm not when I'm on the phones, because it just makes a conversation awkward. They're more likely to hang up. So like, whatever, sure. Like while I'm on the phones, whatever. He was very chill, to be honest, all things. But I know it wasn't just me that it upset, that people would make so many comments about his accent and how much they liked that he was not Indian or white or this or the other, or like, it's so nice to talk to a white person, and you'll just be there like, you just think that every single person in, like, there is a huge Indian community, Indian Middle East community in Wales. Like, it's pretty big, like, and a lot of them sound incredibly Welsh. Oh my god. Yeah. So that's one thing. If I could give another tip, don't comment on people's voices. If the line is breaking up, fair enough, but let's not comment on people's accents. You know, because it only sounds bad for you when you comment on people's accents over the phone. You'll only ever sound like an asshole, and it's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. It's all based on stereotypes and like stuff like that. There is something to be said with like being like, for instance, I can understand certain accents better than others. I think most people can, but it's just not nice to comment on it. And like a lot of the time you might think you're paying them a compliment. Like all these people speaking to my coworker thought they were being nice, and it was like an insult every single time that they took every single day. And it's like, yeah, let's not do that. Let's just not. Maybe let's just stop making assumptions based on people's accents, especially in a country like the UK, where there's people from all over in the UK, and like people from lots of different backgrounds. And you know what? A lot of them sound very British. They sound like, you know, you wouldn't be able to guess where they're from based on their accent, you know? Oh dear. Kind of a heavy topic to finish that one on, but I do think it's important, and I think a lot of people say it without even realizing. Like, I'm not going to say that all those people are bad people necessarily. I think they're trying to be nice. They're trying to say something nice. It's just, it's a very misguided nice. And again, if you're calling up anyone, best not to comment on their accent. Also, please don't assume that I'm 16. I swear to God, I'm not. Some people do just have younger sounding voices, and that's normal. Everyone sounds different. You can't really, I think the takeaway, you cannot assume too much on a person based on their voice. You can't tell their proficiency. You can't tell, you know, if there's someone who's going to be good at their job or not. You can't tell their age. Just best not to make that kind of assumption, you know? Because like the main complaint that I had to me was that people just thought I was really young. And like, I will say I use a different voice on the phone. I'm more like, hello, hi, my name is Jelly. How can I help you today? What are you looking for? Yada, 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 because you have your phone voice. But the amount of people that would be like, ugh, I don't want to talk to you. You're a baby. And it's like, I'm not a baby. I like, my voice is just a bit weak. It's different. TV license policy of it. Speak to a manager, you get put through to the complaints department, not a manager. Yeah, a lot of them have those kind of things, and it's great. 10 out of 10. Oh dear. Listen, having a really bad. Oh no, you're fine. I hope you manage to get some Z's soon. Heck yeah. This reminds me of how everyone comments my voice. As a trans person living in a mid-southern accent. Oh, I love the southern accent. And with southerners, I'm constantly called farm girl. Even when I was on a guy. Oh, I don't live on a farm. You got the farm accent. Oh dear. Yeah, it's you really just can't make assumptions on people based on their voices. Like you shouldn't really be doing it anyway. Like especially if you're, like if someone gives you bad service, okay, fair enough. You know, you complain about having bad service, but like it normally doesn't have anything to do with their age, ethnicity, or gender. Maybe just because they're new, or they haven't finished training yet, or maybe that they're just not having a good day and they took it out on you, which isn't okay. Like that's not okay. But like, it's normally one of those things rather than like, you know, if I can't get your policy's money down, it's not because you think I'm 16, it's probably because you got like, I don't know, some speeding tickets or something in the last year. It's probably your fault, honestly. But like, it's definitely not because of my age. Like, that's the other thing. I've done a bit of insurance work, but I did work with cars for a while, and every time someone asked me what car I drove, I've never had a license. Never. But it was recommended to say that you do, just so people think they're talking to someone who knows what they're talking about. It doesn't matter that you don't need to have never, like, you don't need to know cars inside and out to do insurance, because insurance is very different to cars. But people won't trust you as much if they think that you've never driven, right? So you'll be like, oh yeah, I have a hand-me-down Mini Cooper from my older sister, yeah. It's like pretty good, but I'm thinking of upgrading soon because like I just don't get a lot of boot space, yada yada. And they'll be like, ah, yes, very cool. Yes, woman drives Mini Cooper. And then people would trust me more. I don't have a license. I'm not physically allowed to drive. But like, if you tell people that, they don't trust you to do their insurance. Even though, once again, insurance has nothing to do with, like, really, it's a completely different thing. It's like saying, like, to do home insurance, you need to own a home. Like, no, you don't. You just need to be able to fill in the form. Oh dear. To do pet insurance, you need to have a pet. No, you don't. But for some reason with car insurance specifically, people just don't trust you if you don't drive. And it's like true. A lot of times people would ask you and they'd be like, when I was originally answering like, you know, oh yeah, I don't drive myself actually, you know, they'd be like, oh, what do you mean you don't drive? You're doing car insurance, you don't drive? What the heck? A lot of people say they love my Aussie accent, which I'm so confused. I love basically every accent, I will say. I am very easy to please. I love it. As long as you don't sound like me, I love it. Oh dear. Well, when a phone tech support was always like, oh, why is a girl in the tech department? It's like, sorry, I'm a man. Oh my god, I used to get that. I used to get the, why is a 16-year-old working in insurance? Is that even legal? And I'd be like, fella, listen here now. I am not 16. Oh my god. And also, yes, it's legal. They just can't work very many hours. Oh dear, it's 1 p.m. I've done no work. Overtime. You've got this. Uber. Oh no. Well, first of all, I don't work there anymore. But when I did work there, I was in walking distance. There was literally no reason for me to drive. And if it was raining, one of my co-workers would sometimes come pick me up. But I was really close to it. I was like, 10 minutes walk away. So even if they couldn't come pick me up, like I wasn't that far. The only time it was a problem was when I had migraines there, because then I wouldn't be able to walk. And then I'd have to catch a taxi. But it was always a pretty cheap taxi. They were pretty good because I wasn't that far. Oh dear. Oh dear. But yeah, not that I work there anymore or live there anymore. That was a while ago. God, it's a lot longer ago than I think it was, honestly. Like, because it feels like it was like pretty recent, but I've had other jobs since. And obviously, like, I'm not in work right now, so like it's actually been quite a while, huh? Heck. Oh, how the time flies. Wee, put some paint. Ooh. Are you doing the shoes live on stream, or are you gonna like keep them secret? Keep them secret to yourself. I respect both. Both is good. Ah, dear, super secret shoes. What? Oh, also, I don't know if I said, but good luck with your armor. I hope that it goes well. I know you've had quite a few problems with it. I hope today is a chill crafting day where it doesn't go too badly wrong. So I'm just unwinding this because it becomes a problem otherwise. Any more? Got a little bit more in there? There you go. Thanks. Yeah, fingers crossed for you. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think that's about right. Yeah, I think so. Because, yeah, I've got the 6, 7 is there. Cool. Oh, actually, wait a second. Do I want to go in first? I might want to go in first. Heck it. I'll go in first. Which is a 1, 2, 3 for that gap. And then around there. Ooh. Cool. And then we should be able to do it about the same, I think, as the others. Heck yeah. You Percy Pigs! They used to give us Percy Pigs in school, and I don't think I would have liked Percy Pigs nearly as much if they hadn't been given as rewards for doing well in school. Because, like, they're not normally the kind of sweet that I gravitate to, but I have such, like, positive reinforced memories with them of being, like, given Percy Pigs in class. I'm like, you know what? They're alright. Supposed to be finishing class. Oh, God. You've got this, Spring. You got this. Soon they would do the right colour. I don't know, but I might do it on stream, because I'm already feeling a lot better, and I could do small things. I recently did hand sewing. It's a lot slower, but I did it. Heck yeah. My hoop is deciding it doesn't want to close. That is very upsetting. You know, have you told the hoop off? Have you told the hoop that it needs to comply? That it is part of your equipment and it will be replaced without compliance? I normally find that yelling at my equipment, you know, it does the good stuff. Oh my god, Crystal! Crystal, how was your stream? What did you get up to today? Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. We're doing a little bit of crochet. We've actually been working on some pattern making, but we're taking a bit of a break from that because, like, look! We got a whole sleeve! Look at that, in 2 days. Well, technically I did some of it on the weekend, but like, on stream in 2 days. For you guys, it's just 2 days. Oh dear, what are Percy Pigs? They're like foam sweets.
Are foam sweets? Is that the right way of putting in them? They're like foam candy with like some jelly candy on it, and they're in the shape of pig faces. Yeah. Makes them sound a little bit weird, but they are good. Oh dear. Oh well, time to take an 11-hour nap and wait till the last hour to try and get anything done. You've got this. Do not worry, Springy. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Oh dear, I believe. Took a break from felting to do this. Oh, you did crochet as well? We're making a little sun and moon style lace. So basically this costume we want to use predominantly slightly more old-fashioned techniques because we're looking to do it as if it's from the 16th century. So a lot of my direction is like, well, did it exist? I guess I can use it. This is going to be, hopefully though, a lace that will go around the wrists, also around the neck, around the cuffs of the trousers, and the whole thing is kind of like celestial themed, so I've tried to make like a little sun and a little moon. Excuse me. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with it. I think it's pretty cute. It looks a bit bluish on screen, but it's actually quite a rich purple. That's a landlock. Welcome on in. I hope you're doing well. The hoop is indeed being changed out for non-compliance. Good. As it should. Fight it. Oh, it looks fancy. Thank you. What kind of stuff were you crocheting? Were you doing big crochet, small crochet? Middle-sized crochet? Also good. Oh dear. You made a dice bag. See, I'd love to be able to do stuff like that. That's the thing, is like my crochet knowledge is like limited to 1 or 2 projects that I'm like pretty good at, but then nothing else. So I'd love to be able to make little bags and stuff. That'd be really cute. That'd be really cute. All right, we need this one, and then 1, 2, there. There we go. I'm only really good at like lace. Lace, doilies, that kind of style stuff. That's what I've done. Anything else I kind of struggle with. I really want to be able to make the cute plushies. I want to make plushies because I see them on TikTok all the time. People like crocheting plushies, and that's like so far out of my comfort zone for crochet. But I would really like to give that a go at some point. Making little cute plushies. I love plushies. I actually have crocheted plushies, but not ones that I made myself. Ones I've purchased. That's how much I like them. I think I'm gonna put it in its final hoop. Yay! The final hoop. Very cool. Oh dear. I'm thinking about crocheting a dice bag. I am thinking I'm gonna make a bag for my cross stitch bobbins. I do not blame you. Yeah, keep all that together because otherwise I'll unravel all over the place. You're gonna head off for a bit for a nap. You're fine. Springy, thank you so much for popping by. But yeah, take care of yourself. Get some good Z's. We should be back tomorrow, maybe doing a tutorial, or maybe doing more of this, or maybe doing Animal Crossing. It'll be one of the 3. It'll either be cosplay, the tutorial stream, or Animal Crossing. One of the 3. Oh dear. I make plushies. I wish I could make lace. Oh, this, honestly, if you can make plushies, I feel like you can make lace. It's just small. It's just very small, and like once you get used to the fact that it's small and everything's very small, it's really not that bad. I feel like if you can make plushies, you can make this. Because it's flat as well. It's like not circle stuff. Not like paws and all that. It's all flat. Nice and easy. Yeah, like I think... What am I doing? I'm doing a chain of 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then turning the thing around. Doing a double crochet through the part where they like meet. Where the 2 bits meet. So technically it's 2 back. And then double crochet. There you go. And then a single crochet. And double crochet once again into the next point in the chain. And then a chain. And then another double crochet. There you go. There's a lot of really good tutorials on YouTube for it as well. You don't use as much wool because it's all really small. And then you do 13 double crochets into the little gap in there. 13. 1, 2, 3, 8, 4, 16. Post play. Oh, yeah. Can you pop it in the Discord? We don't have links in chat, so you won't be able to see it there. But if you're in the Discord, Crystal, we'd love to see it. And if you're not, !Discord will get you in there. Oh dear.
Hello. I see everyone waving at each other. Oh dear. I only know single and double crochet. Okay. When you get to like some of the more detailed bits, it's basically the same as single and double, but like you'll get like triple crochets and stuff like that. It's not that bad. It sounds intense, but it's really not that bad. It's just the same thing with an extra like twizzle. That makes sense? Oh, also that looks like I could unravel it a little bit. This is the main issue I have with lace making, and that is that the thread gets so spinny, and then you have to keep like unspinning the thread. There's probably a much easier way of doing this, to be honest, but I have not yet found it. I have to unspinny it all the time. I am thinking, I don't know if you've got one, Crystal, if you do crochet already, or anyone else in chat that does crochet. You know, like the bowls you can put your spool of wool in? I might want to get one of those bowls where you can like just have like it coming out of a little opening, and then that way like I guess it's easier to thread the ball out rather than just having it on my desk like I have. It'd make it look a bit more aesthetically pleasing, and it does look like it helps keep your wool in order. I'm considering getting one of those. I had a website shared with me a while ago that had some really, really cute little like wool or yarn balls. Bowls? Yarn bowls. Yeah. And it was like, I kind of want that. I kind of want that a little bit. Oh, I need to wave at everyone. Wave. Wave. Oh dear. Let me know when you posted it and I'll go have a look. What bowls? Yarn bowls. You can do that if you pull a clip on the side of a bowl. I personally cake my yarn. What is caking your yarn? Wait, what is that? Cake your yarn. Wool boy. Wool boy. I have never heard that phrase before. I like cake though. Also, I messed up.
Bowl, bowl.
Whoa, 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 whoa. I messed up. I put the oven on the wrong temp. Oh no. Wait, what were you making? You put in knit and crochet? Yeah. Oh my god. Damn, see, I'd love to be able to do stuff like that. That's so pretty. Wait, I need to put a hype on that. I like the yarn you used as well. Is that like a color changing rainbow yarn? That's really nice. Just some fries. No long how long they take that. Yeah, like caking your yarn, yeah. I made a cat yarn ball for my mom for her birthday. Oh, that's a really sweet gift. Are you winning, son? Rambo, welcome on in. Now that you're here, I am always winning. When you arrive, I instantly start winning, Rambo. Oh dear. Yeah, it's really pretty. I like that rainbow yarn. I don't really often have the opportunity to purchase like those kind of yarns because of the kind of stuff you do. You don't really want it to color change too much, but like I would love to at some point do one that does that. You spin it into a cylindrical shape so it sits on the desk without spinning around. Look up yarn cake. Okay. I do love some cake. All right. Yarn cake. Oh, okay. Yeah, it comes out. Okay. I have seen I've definitely seen balls of yarn like this. I didn't realize they were called cakes though. My present manifest wins. It does. You need to tell B that. Tell B that your presence manifest wins if you haven't already. Maybe you've already told them. Next time B's like, Rambo, stop trolling in my chat. You can be like, but B, my present manifest wins. I made out of clay. Yeah, the ones I was looking at were all made out of clay. They were really cute. I don't think I had the skill to make it myself, but I would purchase one. I have not. You need to tell B that. She should know. She should know that your presence manifest wins. Oh dear. That is... What? 3... 3, 5... Okay, 10. And then I need 12 on this last one. I said 13 before, I actually lied. Most of them have 13. The last one only has 12 because you've already kind of done the first one. Sorry for lying, my bad. Probably Jinx wins next stream, do it. No, actually don't. Well, maybe do. You know, B is very, very good B needs a nerf. They're too good. They're just too good at Apex. They're too good. Oh dear, the cross stitches in the final. Ooh, final hoop. Do you have any pictures you want to share? Again, not if you're in the Discord. I'm sure there'd be other people other than just me that would love to see it. We have a lot of very passionate crafters in this community. If you wanted to share, you could. But unfortunately, we have to keep links off in chat because otherwise, situations happen. Situations that cannot be said on stream. They're very, very bad. B is too good. They're so good. What's the term that you gamers use these days? They are cracked. They are very cracked. And they are not in the least bit boosted. They are mainly just cracked. I feel like it doesn't sound right coming out of my voice. B has to be nerfed because they are too cracked. Unlike me, who is boosted. Oh dear, there's the Discord. I joined the Discord to post a pic of the finished thing. That's fair. That's very fair. If you ever want to post progress pictures, you're welcome to, of course. Like, it doesn't need to be finished, but I get it. I get it. Oh dear. There we go. One day I'll play Apex. It does look like a fun game to play, to be honest. I'm just really not very good at, like, those kind of games. Like, give me a horror game any day over Apex. Like, I would rather play, like, every Resident Evil back-to-back. Every Silent Hill that is available. Soma, all those, rather than Apex. I just feel like I'll be absolute trash at it. Oh, dear. There you go. Little sun. Little sun. I'll pull that out so you can see. Little sun. Little rising sun from the clouds. Like, whew. Just coming out. Sunrise. Sunrise. Heck yeah. I used to play Apex sometimes. I'm trash. What is it? I'm boosted. I'm very, very boosted. Play Soma. I do want to play Soma. It was actually recommended ages ago, and it's just been one that I've had on my radar since then. I need to play Bloodborne first, but then after Bloodborne, that might be the next one. Yeah. I just know if I don't play Bloodborne next, Zero is going to, like, flip. And I want to be carried by the one and only. You will never be carried by me. I will be an intense detriment to any team that I'm on in those kind of games. You have to ask Shifty. Shifty's seen what I'm like with object permanence. Shifty's seen it. Shifty's played against it. I'm really not very good at tracking people and, like, following people around and, like, working out where they're going, which means, like, normally in games where you kind of have to, like, track people down, like with shooting games and stuff like that, as soon as they're out of my vision, they're just gone. I don't know where they've gone. They've gone. I'll never find them now. I also need to play that game. It's been years since I bought it. Hell yeah. I mean, you've been very busy as well, but maybe if you get some downtime. Oh dear. Should cross-stitch go in general crafting? You could probably put it in sewing if you wanted. I know someone else has been doing some embroidery. You can put it in general crafting if you like, though. Yeah, Unpredictable been putting it in general crafting. I should probably make one. No, actually, don't put it in general crafting. Wait, I'm gonna make a new category and it'll be embroidery. Because, like, literally it's what I do. Embroidery and... I'll call it embroidery and stitch work. Because, yes, it is kind of a bit of both. There you go. I'm gonna move it underneath cosplay and sewing for embroidery and stitch work. There. you can put it in there. Oh, we're gonna get to the first post. Yes. Honestly, I've been meaning to add something like that for a while. I'm not just saying that because you have 4 secrets. Wow. Wow. Oh dear. They know some good tutorials on embroidery. Wait, do I know? I don't know. I know some that I like for gold work. Does that count? It's okay because bad you think I am 10 times worse. There is literally no way, Rambo. There is literally no way you are. I might sound like I'm like over exaggerating this. There is literally no way you are worse than me. I think that would be physically impossible. I am so bad. Like, so Shiny set me up on Overwatch once and they were meant to be helping me and I couldn't beat the bots on easy level Overwatch. Like, the easy level Overwatch, and I couldn't beat bots. Like, that's the level of, like, once they leave my vision, I just don't know where they are anymore. And they're gone. Oh dear. Hello, I was only as good at, yeah, they're very good at embroidery. I was like trying to think if I knew any good tutorials on embroidery, like YouTube ones. I know some creators. I don't know that I specifically know like one video that I go to. I just go to like the whole creator, I suppose. Apparently the photo I posted this was too big to be posted. Oh wait, oh my god, why is it such a big... Oh no, I see it. Wait, yeah. Oh, no. Oh my god. Wait, that's cross stitch? Sorry, I don't mean this in a rude way. That's ridiculous. That's cross stitch? Like, actually? What the heck not? That's crazy good. Oh my god. You'd be surprised. Overwatch is so hard. I can't hit anyone in Overwatch either. I played it once, like, the first game, like, what, 7 or 8 years ago? I have not played it since. I played once. I was like, nah, this is not a game for me. I have gold work. Oh, there you go. Well, if you want to post it in there. I don't know if anime is looking for that. I'm not sure. I think I missed part of the conversation. I think I got lost in my own conversation. You know what? It happens. It happens to the best of us. Oh, dear. Oh, also, I am going to end stream there. I'm so sorry. It's not your guys' fault. It is my monitor. So, like, for the last 20 minutes, my monitor has been staticking. And I was like, kind of just hoping that it would stop, but it's not stopped. And you know what? It's my own fault. I will try and change those over for tomorrow. I've been meaning to, and I just got lazy, and I was like, oh, maybe we can fix it. But I cannot fix it. This monitor is dying. So I'm going to send you all over to somebody else for a little bit. I'll be back tomorrow, though. Maybe this time I'll actually do what I said I was going to do and swap things around. Oh, dear. We'll see. We'll see. Let me raid you all into someone else, though. How about we all go into... Oh, you know what? Messenger, have you just gone live or are you just ending your stream? Let's see. Just live? Just ending? Just live. Perfect. We're going to send you all over to Messenger. I know a few of you already know who Messenger is, but if you don't, they are a very, very, very sweet bean. I will shout them out as well, just because... unfortunately, at the moment there's been a bit of a problem with people going over doing raids sometimes and getting left behind. So if you get left behind, that's where we're going to. Messenger's a very, very sweet bean. They always have a lovely vibe on their channel. Very, very nice place to hang out. Just download Apex and you can carry some other time. Maybe we'll do it in the future. Like, honestly, I'm kind of up for trying it. If you would like a raid call, by the way, here are some raid calls. Great way of just sending some love to another channel. I apologize for ending so abruptly. It's unfortunately the same issue as yesterday. It's just, I can't really look at you anymore. Like, the fizzy red screen is just like, ugh. God, it's so hard to look at long term. Wow, I know, right? I just can't bear to look at any of you. Oh my god, the horror, the horror. But we'll be back tomorrow, and either we'll be doing more of this, or we'll be making our tutorial, or we'll be playing Animal Crossing. One of the three. So we will be doing something fun tomorrow. I need to like sort my week out because there's so much I want to do this week and I'm going to run out of time. But that's okay. You can't look at us. I can't. You're fizzy and red. Fizzy and red. But thank you everyone for popping by. Thank you for sharing all your craft work with me today as well. And thank you so much to both Crystal and Andy for the raids today. It was really lovely to see everyone. Otherwise, 16... Noise. Noise. Do not perceive me. I will do my best. Have a lovely rest of your day. Send lots of love to Messenger. They're a really sweet bean. Yeah. Lots of love. They're very good. They deserve all the love. There you go. Hopefully everyone manages to get over okay today.